Bum bum bum. Welcome back, people, to the Botcast Live, the OCM Botcast, hosted by your good friend, the Big Aniki, Super Chad Marco. Oh man, so we got a lot of shit going on, a lot of stuff going on. Man, I've been telling myself for the longest time, you know what? Chad, I know you've been kind of, um, I don't know, you've been kind of down about events in the world. I really needed a break from focusing a lot on politics and world events. It's just one bad thing after another, and I said, I just take a little break, right? And in recent times, I've just been tuning back in, and nothing has gotten better. Nothing has gotten better. It just seems like everything has only gotten worse. So you can see with the title of this episode of the Botcast. This Botcast is called Peace President. What could this be about? What could this episode possibly be about? So we know that recently Israel has escalated its conflict with Iran alongside America, my country, the good old US of A, home of Ken Masters and Guile from Street Fighter. They've finally escalated the war. It's kind of I can say funny, but we remember months ago there was a bit of a trade of missiles between Israel and Iran, and it got kind of hot. It was kind of hot for both countries. And then there was the ceasefire, and I remember people talking about how this is only going to be temporary, because what seemed to have happened was that Iran was hitting Israel harder than what was expected, and so it was like, oh, we need a break. And then we see how America, all of a sudden, we start moving all these boats and aircraft and military vehicles overseas to the area near Iran and Israel. And it seemed to be exactly what people were speculated, that during the initial conflict that happened months ago, Israel kind of underestimated Iran. And it paused a little bit, paused for a while, and now they got their big brother. Now they got big bro, big Aniki, America. It seems to be going much, much more well. But again, going back to the title of the podcast, we all remember that when Donald Trump was running for president, he did, one of the things that he ran on, one of the reasons why I think a lot of people voted for him, was that he ran on this idea of global peace, promoting peace. And I think that it was at least somewhat believable, because I think that you look back at the first Trump term, and then you look at the Biden term. Of course, Trump's first term was very controversial, but like I always say, I feel like his first term was more so about people just not liking him, not specifically what he was doing or what was going on. But then when Biden becomes president, all of a sudden these conflicts start to flare up. You had the war in Ukraine that's continuing to this day, and then you had the October 7th attack in Israel. And I know it's not like Biden hit a button and these things just sort of happen, but I think the way people look at it is that, with America being seen as being like the police force of the world, you're trying to police the world, that people, other countries, they kind of watch their behavior depending on the state of America, knowing that America can intervene or not depending on how it feels. And I think that the idea was that because of Biden, and some of these other leaders got the feeling that, okay, now we can start dropping our balls on our enemies. And so, Trump came in, and while he was on the campaign trail, he talked a lot about peace, ending the war in Russia and Ukraine. That hasn't happened. And as well as ending the conflict in Gaza. And really, that whole situation has only escalated when you see how it spread over into Iran, which I think is even more, makes the whole situation even more ridiculous, because there's a lot to be said about, Israel and how they conducted the war in Gaza. And whichever side you're on when it comes to that debate, when it comes to that conversation, one thing that cannot be denied is how the fuck does a conflict in Gaza escalate to conflict in Iran? And it only adds credence to the idea that America, alongside Israel, has always wanted to destabilize and take control of the Middle East. And we've had these nonstop conflicts in the Middle East for decades now at this point. And here we are with another escalation. And Iran is pretty much the last big dog in the Middle East that would have, I wouldn't say stand a chance against America and its allies, but it's someone, it's a country that's not going to be as easy, or is perceived to not be as easily defeated or toppled as the others. It's considered like the biggest or the most powerful force in the region. Like that a serious war with them could lead to a prolonged and costly conflict, which can be very hard to justify these days. The other previous wars or conflicts in the Middle East, they've kind of been able to do it under the radar, little campaigns here and there. But the idea is that with Iran, it's going to take a actual war, basically. And I just feel like this whole event, it puts the finishing touches on just proving that Donald Trump was absolutely full of shit. And that yet again, we have another puppet president. And I can go into that whole thing, the psyop of Donald Trump himself. But the first thing I want to talk about before we really get into this, because it's happening live and direct. We're going to be on the internet, on X, Associated Press here and there looking into this. But, there's something that I've kind of had on my mind for a while now. I'm someone who likes to look back at history at different points throughout mankind's adventure through this rock in space, and especially wars, different wars, things like World War II, Vietnam, recent wars, Korean War, whatever the case may be, even wars before that. And it's like the more I learn about these wars, the more I learn how much manipulation and psyops and conspiracies were really involved with these wars. Kind of like even going back to World War II, there's the theory that even Pearl Harbor was allowed to happen. Like America knew Pearl Harbor was gonna happen. They allowed it to happen because they wanted to get involved in the war. At the time, the idea of America getting involved in World War II was very unpopular. And so what do if you're the leaders of the country and you want to get the people riled up and ready to go to war? You need an event like Pearl Harbor. Fast forward to 9/11. A lot of conspiracies point to the idea that 9/11 was allowed to happen to justify war in the Middle East. When it comes to Vietnam, you have the Gulf of Tonkin incident, and that's not even conspiracy. I think that's even confirmed by the government itself. So you got this war, many wars basically that during this time that were sold the idea that this is a just war, that we are fighting, we are killing, we are destroying, we are dying in the name of God, in the name of righteousness, in the name of justice. Then years go by and we figure out, wait a minute, actually, it was old men with their own personal agendas and using the young to further those agendas and not giving a damn about the soldiers that are being used, that are being maimed, that are being killed. And really, at the end of the day, they were just doing their bidding. And time and time again, we see this throughout history. And it made me realize something, that as a man, I think at damn near any point in history, and definitely in recent history, I think the bigger and more complex civilization has become more of a truth. But as a man, one of the most important things that you could ever do is to make sure that you never, ever, under any circumstances, fight in a war. ever, ever. I feel like if it's a top 5 things a man should never do, you put go to war in there because it's not worth it. And it's like when I look back again, let's look at World War II for a little bit, right? I look at all sides of World War II. From America's standpoint, we see ourselves as being like the fucking Captain America of the world. We're the Superman of the world. Our allies, we were like the Justice League, and everybody else is the bad guys. But then you start looking at things from other countries' perspectives, and you can see how the people, in particular the young men, were riled up to get ready for war. That these men, even though they were on the opposing side, they believed in what they were doing. They believed it. Not all of them for sure. You had hardcore drafting and conscription back then. But it was like there was a sense of belief. It's like when you look at Imperial Japan during World War II, and you hear stories about how even after the war was lost, you had Japanese soldiers holding out on islands and bunkers and shit, still killing people decades later, right? That was the extent of the dedication of like, we cannot fall to the Americans. We cannot fall to these other countries. I mean, the belief that these soldiers had, whether you want to talk about Imperial Japan, the Chinese, the Germans, the Russians, the Americans, whatever. Like, when I see that and it's like, but then you fast forward and then you see the results. You see what's the end results. Win or lose, you see the end results of it, right? It's like you look at Germany, all those young, beautiful, blonde hair, blue-eyed men, white men blown up, killed, whatever the case may be, and then they lose the war. And then the Russians and the Americans come in, they mass rape the women, and kill anyone that resists. They completely take over the country. They erase the foundation of German identity and essentially just completely psyop and control the population. All that, I mean, just think about that, dude. If you were in Germany at that point and you did not go to war, and did not die in the process, you were one of the lucky ones. You were the lucky one. You were one of the absolute lucky ones in that situation. And then worst of all is that Hitler himself, we don't even know if he died during World War II. When I think when the JFK files came out, there were some documents that hinted that Hitler might have escaped to Argentina. We don't know if that's true or not. But again, Hitler's death is still shrouded in some mystery. Hitler might not even die, but we know for a fact that a lot of top people around Hitler ended up actually being recruited by the United States and other countries for different roles. So what I'm saying is that the people who escalate these wars and decide that we go to war, they don't reap the consequences of these decisions. It's the young people that fight in these wars that reap the consequences of these decisions. Look at the war in Afghanistan. George Bush, his administration, they decide, okay, we're going to war. And then you got these young men going over there, they're getting blown up, driving over landmines and shit. Right leg gone, left leg gone, dick gone, arm gone. That one soldier that was burned top to bottom, and you got the infamous picture of him standing there with his wife, who's like looking like she's scared of the nigga. And he's just one case, like this, PTSD's soldiers returning and not getting properly taken care of, soldiers returning and having PTSD and committing suicide. Yet the people who decide that they go to war, none of them are held accountable. Even when we know now that, the whole thing of weapons of mass destruction, that was a lie. This is known. This ain't speculation. This ain't conspiracy. We know that this is a fact. That got his name, but light-skinned brother sat there and lied about weapons of mass destruction to further escalate the wars in the Middle East. And this is factual. So you got young people getting blown the fuck up and dying for old niggas who don't have to sacrifice a damn thing. And again, this is why I say the one of the most important things, I don't care what nobody say, men should never fight in wars. It ain't maybe like hundreds of years ago, if it was a tribe of 100 of y'all, 1,000, because then you got a better idea of what's going on. But I think with civilization at the size that it is, it just seems like when I look at most major wars, like the worst aspect of it to me is that the people who decide to go to war are the ones that don't really have to deal with the consequences of war. Look at what's going on in Russia. I mean, not Russia, but Ukraine fighting Russia right now. You know, they got Zelensky sitting there out front talking about how they got to fight and just begging for money like a crackhead in front of the goddamn juice store. But look, all these young men being dragged off the street, dragged out of their homes, kidnapped by press gangs, forced on the front lines, blown up, left leg blown, right leg going. you know the story. But Zelensky himself, let me tell you what's gonna happen to Zelensky. He's gonna ride off into the sunset, no consequences. With both of his fucking legs, his penis, his fingers, all that. And probably a lot of cocaine. His top men, same thing. Putin, same thing. Both legs, no PTSD, nothing. But they get to press the button. They get to decide that you and me and them, we go to war, we get blown the fuck up. Vietnam, another situation. Again, no conspiracy. Gulf of Tonkin confirmed. False flag. Think about, and I'm talking about us. I'm talking about what happens to our side. But what about the people that we've killed unjustly? Yeah, we get fucked up, but I will say this, we fucked them up way worse. God, we're terrible. We are the freezer force of Earth. We are horrific, a horrific motley crew of killers. My God. And that's why you look at where we are now, with the conflict in Iran escalating. And I know recently it seems that the leader of Iran has been killed. I will say this, goddamn America. If nothing else, you are very efficient. But we can only hope that, it doesn't continue to escalate, that this doesn't turn into nuclear war, World War III, or anything like that. It's already bad enough as it is. But we can only hope that it doesn't reach the points where, we're having regular casualties on our side. But really, I don't want to see the other people on the other side die either. But it seems like we're already at that point. So I mean, right. But I think it's really ugly when, we start dying. But it makes me think of the sign tapper memes and how perfectly it predicted current events. If you don't know that the sign tap meme is a popular meme on Poll that was warning white men not to join the military. And it was basically saying that, what you see with Donald Trump and the sort of changing of the guard from left to right politically was specifically orchestrated to essentially switch to not Donald Trump as a wartime president and to get the people to follow behind him. So with Donald Trump, you have a president that has been able to sort of rile up and energize the white majority of America to give them a sense of hope, give them hope in the future, give them hope in America. And this way, it should war escalate. You're going to have more enlistment. You're going to have a more positive view of us engaging in these types of conflicts. And that meme is warning, look, it's all just a scam. They're going to roll back the DEI. They're going to roll back the woke shit. And just like the meme predicted, as Donald Trump came in, what happened? They started getting rid of DEI. And they cracked down on the border. These were the crumbs that they gave white America to sort of generate belief in Trump and what he was doing. But the ultimate end game agenda was to get us in basically war ready, to be able to back up the extreme actions that were going to be taken that we see today. It was, again, warning men, do not, don't fall for it. It's fake. It's a psyop. It's bullshit. And it's crazy because everything is playing out exactly how it was in that fucking meme. But like I said, man, with every fiber of my being, I believe men should never fight in wars ever. There's one story in particular I think about from World War II. I forgot the guy's name, but he was a young, like 18, 19-year-old. He, patriot to the bone. I want to fight for my country type white boy, right? And I think he was an air fighter. He was piloting one of the aircraft or something, and he went down in, I think it was Sweden or Switzerland. I forgot exactly where, but him and some other guys, they went down. They ran out of fuel or something in like a neutral territory country, like Sweden or Switzerland. I forgot which one. And essentially, he ended up, long story short, going to a prison where it was like a dangerous prison, and it had like very dangerous like Russian prisoners and shit like that. And he ended up being like raped and assaulted viciously while he was in this prison. And he was raped so bad that his asshole was falling out of his asshole. he had anal prolapse, basically. He got fucked up, literally. And I look at a story like this. This man got ass raped for his country, literally. And you fast forward to now, to the state of America. Like, how would you feel if, out of a sense of duty and patriotism, you were ass raped in a military prison, and then you see the state of your country years later just declining and looking like a complete joke? It's like that video of that old World War II veteran who was like crying because he was just sad at the state of the country that he fought and sacrificed for, where his, the men that he fought and bled and struggled alongside died with, to see the state of the country and everything that was sacrificed to get us where we are today. Again, man, that's why I say men don't do it. Don't do it. It's this, and I can't put it more simply than this, right? People like, again, if you want to say this, I'll put it like, because, who's pulling the strings, deep state, all that, whatever. But let's say Donald Trump is pressing the button. He's making a decision. Let's say Donald Trump. Do you think that Donald Trump believes in this conflict, in this war so much that he would fight on the front lines? Right? Like if he was in his physical prime, the best shape of his life, does he believe in this? Does Benjamin Netanyahu, the top people, like when I watch the State of the Union and I look at those politicians, these fucking cretins that get to make decisions like this, to send young men to die. When I watch that I see them, I don't care, left, right, middle, top, bottom, all them motherfuckers, it's just disgusting. Cretins, the lot of them, to make these decisions. And I know one goddamn thing about every motherfucker in there. Not one of them, if they had to put their flabby, stinking ass on the front line, they would not escalate these goddamn wars. They would not sign off on this shit. They do it because they don't lose anything. They don't get shot. Their family and friends, they don't go to war. They don't lose no goddamn leg. They keep both their legs. They keep their dick. They keep their brains. They got their money. It's too easy for these motherfuckers to make decisions like this. Is why you should never fight in a fucking war, because the people who tell you to go, the people who tell you to kill, the people who tell you to destroy, they would never do that shit for you. They don't even believe in the shit that they doing. They wouldn't risk one goddamn hair for these conflicts. But they'll send your ass. They'll send you real quick. Believe that. Men never go to war. I don't give a fuck. Never go to war. Ever. Ever. I stand on that. Never go to war under any circumstances, but do not go. Maybe if you're getting attacked at home, because then you kind of fucked anyway. But if you gotta get on a boat, an airplane, a truck, don't go. Do not go. Don't be afraid of the conscription of the. You know, when people talk about the draft and conscription. When you look at Vietnam draft dodgers, like the number of people that were actually like arrested and like did jail time and shit is minimum compared to the ones that just didn't get any consequence whatsoever. If you were someone that just fuck it, I'm gonna go, man, sad for you, because it won't that hard to avoid it. I'm just saying, don't go, don't do it, don't ever do it under any circumstances. That's my rant for the night. Damn. Anal prolapse in a military that was I read that story. I was like, damn. Lord. Bet he wish he stayed home. Oh man, who's in here? Shining Light of Lucifer. That's a name. Oh man. Spawn, welcome. Ru Hitagi. We are getting drafted. I don't know. I don't think so. But you know, one thing I will say, now I'm putting the tinfoil hat on. I'm putting the tinfoil hat on here. As I say this, I'm gonna get a tinfoil hat in here for these moments. But you know what one of my theories is about ICE? I think my theory, I hope I'm wrong, and I admit I'm reaching, but I try to think deeper about shit. I think ICE is like the first steps towards press gangs like you see in the Ukraine. That's my theory. I've always felt that because like I think ICE, and as well as when you see like the National Guard deployments, I think is normalizing seeing that. It's normalizing seeing these masked men with authority going around with masks on, with guns, with heavy with heavy weapons, kicking in doors, dragging people out of their homes, detaining them. It's normalizing that. That's what I think. And if you look at it, it's actually like a mirror of what you see in the Ukraine with their heavy drafting. Kicking indoors, dragging men out of their homes, dragging men off the street. All you got to do is just make it all inclusive in America. Instead of Mexicans, it's going to be me, white, it's going to be black, white, Asian, and we all can get it. But again, that's tinfoil hat, because you know, one thing about the government is they're very clever about giving themselves more power. You know, create a problem, and then you create solutions that give you more power. So it's like when you look at 9/11, 9/11 was the justification to greatly increase security protocol at airports, as well as I think the Patriot Act as well. So, you know, allow 9/11 to happen and then increase your own powers in order to prevent the shit that you allowed to happen. So you allow mass immigration, and then in order to fix it, you create ICE, or you give them more powers, you increase their visibility and their authority. And then so now if we go into full-blown World War III, there's war, you already have a force on the side that's trained to go through urban environments, to kick indoors, drag people out, you already have it. Like, this is like the training. This is like draft or press gang training for America. Again, tinfoil hat. I hope I'm wrong. I'm probably wrong. I'm definitely reaching, but I try to look at like, okay, what's the deeper agenda to what they're doing? Because they don't really give a damn about us. Right? They don't really give a damn. So it's like, I always think, what's the real reason for why they're doing it? And that's what I always kind of looked at ICE at. And you know, the crazy shit about ICE is how they walk around with masks on. If you're not doing something wrong, why you got masks on? Why you wear, like, that's the main shit. Like, it's crazy. Like, they walk around with masks on because they know motherfuckers hate them. They wear masks because I'm gonna do shit that would make you want to hunt me down later. That's what, like, off the rip, you know you can't trust them. Like, regular cops and law enforcement don't wear masks going around and shit like that. But ICE, they get to walk around with the poo shiesties on, and they got never trust law enforcement with arm tattoos too. Lord, bro, if you see law enforcement with arm tattoos, bro, stay out the way. Stay out the way. My God. If you care about your life, don't play with them niggas. All right, tinfoil hat off. There we go. Unless someone pull up by boats and touch grass, I'm not doing anything. Yeah, that's how I feel. It would have to be like, cause an invasion of our country, cause then you ain't got no choice. It's like, well, damn, like I gotta protect what's mine. So at the very least, you know, you gotta step up for your own territory and shit like that. But you know, I feel like as far as like going overseas or anything, nah, bro, don't don't do it. Cause I read, the worst thing about learning about wars and history is just seeing how a lot of times like they were escalated and started over complete bullshit. Yet the people who started it don't reap the consequences of their actions. They ride off into the sunset. No matter how this war plays out in Iran, Donald Trump, his family, his friends, they're going to be 100% safe. Benjamin Netanyahu, 100, like they don't reap the, so how is that fair? How is that fair that you get to cause all this destruction, all this chaos, yet you don't reap any of the consequences for it? To them, it might as well be a video game. To them, making these decisions is like us playing Call of Duty or playing Final Fantasy or some shit. Like, we don't care. I don't give a damn if you die. Shit. I'll put 10 units over here in the line of fire. They're going to die, but it's so this unit can get up. It might as well be a video game to them. So nah, man, nah, bro. Chat, all this shit wouldn't have happened if Friender was still here. Don't bring up Friender. Lord. God, I was in a good mood. Friender dying was the worst thing that ever happened to me. God, man. We got World War III before GTA 6. Dude, if we can make it, can we make it a GTA 6? Can we make it the GTA 6? Damn. We got Resident Evil Requiem, but that's, you know. Will we make it to Grand Theft Auto 6 before shit completely hits the fan? Like, that's, look, GTA 6 is gonna come out, but it might be that you're gonna see people streaming GTA 6 and then ICE kicking in the door. ICE, now known as press gangs, kicking in that door and dragging them off to war. Like, I can't even peacefully stream my GTA 6 without being dragged off to war. What's the topic tonight? We are talking about the escalating war in Iran, and anything related to that. You know, that's the hot topic. We're going to World War III, so feeling proud to be an American right now. Fuck no. Hell to the no. Every year it gets worse to be an American. You realize that America is the big bully of the world. Really beyond that, you know, America is a country that is absolutely ruled by the wicked. Is a very corrupt but powerful country. But yeah, it's not. It ain't nothing to be proud of, man. Avoid the draft as much as possible. There is no country to fight for, just an economic zone. Welcome to the stream, Bobby Barrel. Yeah, it's to me that's top 5 on the list of important things a man should do. Don't waste your life. Don't waste your health in these wars. I had mentioned this in the Discord. I go to the gym and see like Fox News, and they run these ads for like disabled veterans, and it's pitiful. Like, you see these guys, like they're fucked up, and you see the footage or videos and pictures of these soldiers in the Ukraine and how badly injured they get. And see, what people don't realize, like, you see a lot of these soldiers get their legs blown off and stuff like that. A lot of times when they have these kind of injuries, it blows their dicks off too. Like a lot of them don't have dicks or they're like infertile because it's not just the leg getting blown off. Sometimes their dick gets shredded, their balls and all that. So it's it's not just, oh, I don't have a leg. Sometimes it's, I don't have balls. I can't have children now. It's a like, even for me as a lifelong virgin, if I didn't have my dick, I don't know. I like my dick. Even last night, as I was masturbating, I make time for it. I was looking at my dick and I said, you know what? Damn, dick, you looking good tonight. Did you grow a little bit? I like my dick, man. And just thinking of like going to war, and it's like, it's bad enough I lost my leg. I ain't got a dick. Oh my God. I can't walk. I can't fuck. I ain't no good no more, man. Like, it's terrible. It's really, you know, I'm having fun here, but it's terrible. And it pisses me off that the people who don't have to experience that get to make those decisions, because if they were at risk, they wouldn't do it. They wouldn't do it. They would try to find any way to peace to keep their ass from getting blown up. But when you don't have to reap the consequences of it, you don't care, you know. And that's like, when I look at Congress and all those people, it's funny because not even just pertaining to wars, but most of the problems that we deal with, they're insulated from it. None of the problems that they create have nothing to do with them. Like, they don't have to deal with any of the shit we got to deal with. When they allow mass immigration, they don't live next to the immigrants, the dangerous ones. They might benefit because they just got some cheap labor, and they increase division amongst the people within the country. They don't, you know, when they start these wars, they don't go to war. Most of their family members aren't going to war. You might have a rare, you know, occasionally it might happen, you know, a cousin of a senator or whatever the case may be, or a nephew, but for the most part, they don't, you know, you don't really see them being the ones reaping reaping the consequences. Inflation happens, they got the money to cover it. They don't care. The prices of groceries and gas go up, they can afford it. You know, it's the everyday people that really suffer behind there. It's like, when are people going to wake up and realize that? And you know, I'm not saying what you should or shouldn't do, but like, at this point, seeing people have reverence for these individuals, having reverence for politicians, any of them, it's to me, is a sign of ignorance. And being like, to look at them as being a savior, any of them, even the good ones, even the good ones. And honestly, I feel like the good ones do more harm than good. As crazy as that might sound, people look at people like Ron Paul, Thomas Massey. I forgot that lady's name, Marjorie Taylor Greene, whatever. Even the good ones. I think the problem with the good politicians is that they give people hope. they give people hope in the system. Even if these people are genuine, even if they are authentic, they are wildly outnumbered. They don't have a chance in hell of actually, you know, doing anything of significance within the system. That's why I feel like they do more harm than good. They give people hope. Hope is like the worst thing right now. I saw these people like putting up signs for like some North Carolina politician or something. I'm just like, oh, golly, here we go. But I'm gone as far as like believing in the system. I'm just trying to have a good life for myself, and I'm just looking at that. I'm just hoping that I can live my life without World War III, bro. Like, y'all do that shit when I'm gone. Wait till like 2100 or something. I'm trying to live to be 100. Wait till then, man. This was a precision strike on weakened countries whose people are in solidarity with U.S. entities whose people are in solidarity with U.S. entities than their own officials. But still, because I know now what they're doing is they're promoting this idea that, you know, the Iranians, that they're happy about, you know, the leadership being killed. Now, one thing I will say is that, you know, when you talk about efficiency, what they've been able to do in terms like just killing top to bottom instead of bottom to top, exquisite. That's A-class warfare. I would give them full credit for that. But the problem with that is that that's the justification. I'm not saying this like Iran is a great country, like their leaders are the good guys. That's the problem. Like it's like when you speak out against what America is doing, people like to say, "Oh, you're saying that you are in line with the Muslims and their oppressive regimes and you're against the women and the young people that want to be free." And that's not the case. It's understanding that the agenda of America and Israel is not in favor of those people. They don't give a fuck about those people. You look at all the conflicts in the Middle East up to this point, and it's only further destabilized those countries. It's only been more death, more destruction. You have these people mass immigrating to other countries. So them putting that at the face of the conflict is, of course, what they're going to do. They're not going to tell you, we don't give a fuck about these people. We just want to control the shit. But that's what it is. You know, I get it. You had the Iranians that were protesting. There were a lot of Iranians that were killed. There is problems in Iran. But what America and Israel is doing is taking advantage of them in a weakened state, like you say, but it's not for the benefit of the people. It's so that they can control those areas. It's all about control. It's not about caring about human life. It's not about caring about dignity and the liberty of those people. They want to control the area. But like I said, just rewind not even too long ago. Every conflict in the Middle East has led to more harm than good in the long run. We can only hope that with this conflict that it doesn't end up that way. We can only hope that you have a swift and clean regime change and peace and greatness in Iran. Yeah, okay, maybe America and Israel is running the show, but it's peace and people are happy. That'll be wonderful, but that's not the track record that has been established. That's not the track record of the conflicts that have been escalated in the Middle East. And it started in the Middle East. It's destabilization. It's chaos. It's terrorist group after terrorist group. It's mass immigrating out of these countries into other countries. If they had a track record of successfully bringing peace to Middle Eastern countries, then hey, we got another one. Never happened. It didn't happen a one damn time. Probably not going to happen this time. You know, but you got to have an excuse. You got to have a justification. Donald Trump can't stand up there and say, well, yeah, we want Israel to run the Middle East, the Greater Israel Project. Fuck them. He's not going to stand up and say that. So he's got to point to the areas that can justify the war. Nuclear weapons. And this is just a repeat of the lies of weapons of mass destruction from the early 2000s. But on top of that, we have the issues within Iran itself politically, and with the young people in particular, the protests, all those people killed. Again, unfortunate. I'm not caping for these leaders. I don't give a damn about them. I'd be lying if I said I did. I don't give. But I'm just calling out the bullshit for what it is. You know, if you're gonna die in a war, if you're gonna get hurt, anything like or sacrifice anything, let it mean something. Don't do it over some fat Cheeto looking bastard that don't give a damn about you. As a Cuban, oh, y'all talking too much too. Damn. As a Cuban, I don't know one Cuban living aboard that wouldn't want a Venezuela type of arrangement. Oh, you're a Cuban Hellbreaker. So you're saying like how you're saying that you would want like America to come in and take your leaders out and control it. And look, like you said, some of you don't understand how desperate these people are for any meaningful change. And look, Hellbreaker, I feel you. I'm saying this. Track record. Check the track record. That's the problem. When America gets involved, shit gets worse. That's the issue. Look at the track record. I get what you're saying. Like you live in a poor, chaotic country and that you would love to have some stability. I'm saying that America don't give a fuck about you. America don't care about its own people. When America gets involved, it's for its own interest. It's for its own interest. It's like, even like, go back and look at Vietnam. Why do we have Vietnam? We want to stop the spread of communism from what, the North Vietnamese, the South Vietnamese. All the death on our side, and even worse, all the death of the Vietnamese, the long lasting destruction, Agent Orange, the bombing is in Cambodia, the bombing campaigns in Cambodia. This is the shit. These are the end results of fucking regime change. if we had a Justice League like track record of swooping in and saving the day and escalating the people, elevating the people to new heights of happiness, dude, I would, okay, all right, shit. It's cold blooded, but it works. We don't have we don't have that kind of track record. That's what I'm saying. Like, is especially in the Middle East, we don't have that. Shit gets worse. And then on top of that, the cause, the death toll, in order to even, have these conflicts in the first place. I get if you're desperate, but the reality is you're making a deal with the devil. That's really what it is. You're making a deal with the devil. It's like when I was playing Fallout New Vegas, there were people who wanted to side with, within that world with Caesar's Legion, because the Caesar's Legion was good about protecting what was a part of within his sphere. But Caesar's Legion were slavers and rapists and killers and raiders. So you're making a deal with the devil at the end of the day. I would love it if we were maybe what you guys think we are, but I'm saying check our homework. Check our homework. If you have regime change, the best way to do it is amongst the people themselves. With America, you just signing yourself over to get to basically, be under that umbrella of wickedness. ICE and any local police authorities have a massive history that evoke mistrust from the public. Well, yeah, you got that one on the head. America has never had an existential threat or an existential war, at least as far as like one where we're being like attacked and bombed and we're afraid of anything like that. Like and this is fucked up, I get it. But once we took care of the Indians, or I don't that was probably the worst time to be American, when you had to deal with with Indians going out west, and then you could be attacked by like random Indian tribes and shit like that. But ever since then, we've pretty much been the ones going outward, fighting wars outside of like the Civil War, and that was us just beating the hell out of each other, This entire war shit was started most likely because we don't shut up about Epstein for 7 years. I've seen people speculate that too, that this is sort of like a distraction from the leaking of the Epstein files. But I'm not sure about that. The thing about that is who with the Epstein files, you're relying on the government to tell on itself and to hold itself accountable. That's ultimately the issue. And so how much can they really be afraid of or care about if the government is the one that released the files? That's what I worry about. It sounds good. It definitely sounds good as an idea, as a theory. But, again, you're hoping that the government is going to hold itself accountable. That's why I feel like, if they released it, it's probably because they're not worried about the consequences. But it's possibility. It's possibility. Depending on like the power structures in our government, if there's any, dissension in the ranks, wake me up when it's over. I got you. Super Crash. Only a few more years left before the Messiah can come. So they're speeding up the prophecies. I've heard that too, that they're trying to make biblical prophecy come to be. Nathan, welcome to the stream. I'm betting on nothing ever happens for the reasons I stated. I hope so. I would prefer, but you see, I think that the problem with nothing happens. This is really the problem with that, right? Nothing happens until it happens to you. That's really the thing. Nothing happens until it happens to you. Reality is it's happening now. It's happening. It's not happening to you. It's not happening to me. Think back. Let's rewind a little bit. You know, like look at Ukraine for instance. Before they were invaded by Russia. Now I'm sure you had okay, a lot of us come from like 4chan and places like that. You probably had Ukrainian robots and weirdos that were posting on 4chan, R9K, GIF, whatever the case may be. You know, you might have been playing video games with these guys, or like online, Street Fighter, Call of Duty. Now they in the trench getting blown up by drones and shit. Shit happened for them. Like you don't even know it. Guys you might have communicated with online from Israel, now in a bunker somewhere with bombs falling overhead. You know, shit is happening. It just is not happening to us. You know, so I think it's not real until it happens to you. And it doesn't even matter how big the conflict is. If it's not happening to you, then you're still not gonna really get like, dude, you live in Cuba. If the whole world was at war and Cuba was just out of it, you'll be like, ain't nothing happening. I'm in America. If the whole world was at war and we weren't involved, like, man, ain't shit happening. It's nothing ever happens. It don't matter until it happened to you. But if the whole world was at peace, but your country was in a civil war or something, or in a serious conflict like Ukraine versus Russia, all of a sudden everything is happening all at once. Oh shit, my brother just got conscripted and died. Who's that knocking on the door? That's kind of loud. Oh shit, they kicked in the door. Let me pull up my pants and click out of the tranny porn. Oh shit. Get in the van. It happened to me. Oh man, but then you can also just look at it like, you know, this isn't World War III-ish yet, or nuclear war yet. Maybe that too. But what the thing is, I remember somebody said this, that between the conflicts in Gaza and Ukraine, the death toll is higher than at a point in World War II where like it was already kind of seen as being World War II. Something like this, like some like death toll comparison. Like more people have died in these recent conflicts than like the early part of World War II or something like that. And like people, we look back at World War II like from beginning to end, it was just World War II, when really it started as, you know, isolated conflicts. Imperial Japan invading China, Germany. Who they invaded first? Was it Poland or France? I forgot which one. But again, that was kind of how it started. And then it escalated. So look at where we are now. You have America and Israel in conflict in the Middle East. You have Russia in conflict in Eastern Europe. So now you just, again, you got the ingredients are there. You just need more escalation. Bro, I just want to buy a house and get me a wife and kids. Why is that so hard in the U.S. these days? Well, you got hoflation, inflation, foodflation, gasflation, rentflation. All these different things. You gotta level up immensely now if you want to have an easy job of accomplishing that. The only thing I predict is that they will push for internet censorship. They can't afford another Epstein situation. Get involved in local laws and watch guys like Louis Rossman to make a difference. Keeping it short. Oh yeah, we already see that. You know, I live in North Carolina and I got to use a VPN. I got to use a VPN to get access to certain websites. I'll put it like that. There's still a lot of websites that are that fly under the radar, but yeah, we definitely see that it's escalating more in like European countries, other countries. It's it takes longer to get shit like this to go over in America, but yeah, we're definitely leaning in that direction. At some point, the internet has to be um it has to be controlled more by the government as far as how we're able to communicate with each other, tracking people's activities online, what they can see, and things like that. I mean, it's mind blowing when I think back to how limited we used to be, relying on newspapers and television for as our news sources and things like that. Man, like we had it bad. The internet was really like a great invention, and just allowed us to get much more access to accurate, better information. But I think in the process, the government kind of lost its grip on the narrative of a lot of things. Like imagine if something like COVID-19 happened in 1999 as opposed to like the mid what was it 2019 20 something like that. Lord. Chad Marco, please update your Bandcamp. I will. Bandcamp is switching from PayPal to Stripe in or something. It's a new service thing for like receiving and sending funds. I think it's called Stripe in or some shit like that. But I was about to upload Robot Music 9003 to that to Bandcamp, and I got hit with that. And I said, I don't feel like making a Stripe in account. I'll do it later. And I didn't do it. and I didn't do it. But yeah, I gotta make a Stripe in account, and then I'm gonna put 9003 on Bandcamp. Censorship and internet IDs to target descendants to the oligarchs' narratives. Absolutely. The real war is class wars. Exactly. That's the big one. 100% agree there. It's not to say that all rich people are bad, but when it comes down to it, the people that are in power that are making these decisions that are screwing over the everyday person, the citizens, like most of them are pretty wealthy and rich. They're insulated from the problems that they create. And not only are they insulated from these problems, they benefit from these problems. And so that's something that people that people have to realize. That's why, I'm not trying to throw anybody on the bus, but when I see people rally their support behind politicians, even like social media influencers and stuff like rich social media influencers, you understand like these people, like they don't deal with the same problems that you do. Like they if we do have World War III, they have the money to go fuck off to Japan or something like that, like move to another country, their whole family, while you're stuck with the damn ICE and press gangs kicking in your door. If we have mass immigration, they live in neighborhoods where those people can't afford to even come close to. So it's gonna be, and then on top of that, like they're not gonna be competing with those people for jobs. So, but that at the same time is like I kind of hate it because I don't want to promote the idea of like poor people hating the rich. I don't think that's very productive. I just think it has to be understood that what benefits the rich doesn't always benefit the poor. So rich people have a very rich and upper class people have a very different way of looking at life. And yet these are the people that poor people choose representing them. It doesn't work. It doesn't work because they don't look at life the same way. They don't deal with the same problems. Again, when they start wars, they don't go. Their family doesn't go. It's you. When they open the borders, they're not competing with these people for jobs. They're not exposed to the criminals that are let into these countries and things like that. When inflation goes up, they can afford the $2, $3, $4 increase in this or that, Oh boy, I needed that shit. Oh man. They should add women to the draft unless they have a kid. No draft. Let's just. I think. I think the draft should be abolished completely. I think the draft should just be like have selective services where you have like people in the system, but I think the draft should be like there should be there has to be a consequence. Like that's the issue. Like there's no consequence for starting a war. There has to be a consequence for starting the war. Like you can't let people who don't suffer the consequences of war start war. That is just can't. And I get that on some level you don't want your leaders exposed to danger, but you got to find a balance between that. You got to find some balance between having your like they got to have some skin in the game. They got to, because like I said, I know with every fiber of my being, and you guys know this too. If Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu had to suit up, if them going to war meant they had to suit up and get on the front line, this shit would have never started. They would be having a peace summit right now. They would be having a peace summit with a peace pipe. They would have the band U2 playing. It would be a damn peace concert and weed and fucking THC tinctures and Maya Angelou, like all that shit. Minister Farrakhan, man, it was none of this shit. Like hell no. It's got to be a consequence, bro. You can't make those types of heavy decisions for somebody else, and then you get to ride off to the sunset when it's all said and done. That's what disgusts me the most about these wars. You know, it's got to be something like that. Like the way war is structured is not okay. It's not okay. Because I look, this is the thing. I feel like if you don't have a draft, it creates accountability. This means that you have to create an environment and a country that people willingly want to fight for. So now there's a standard that you have to establish and live up to. You have to, because the fact is, like, you don't always have to force people to go to war. Certainly you're always gonna have people just say hell no, right? But if you know that you can't force someone, that means that you have to inspire someone. In order to inspire someone, that means that now you have to provide something. You have to stand for something. You have to be something, you know. Instead of just Zelensky doesn't inspire nobody, but him and his regime have the authority to force. That's the problem. If you don't have the right to force, then you have to inspire. You have to do good. You have to create a country where people feel like, I want to fight for my leaders. I want to fight for my people, my loved ones. You know, and it's deep because, again, now you need people to be healthy. You need people to be smart. You can't have big pharma poisoning everybody. You can't have fluoride in the water lowering everybody's IQ. You can't have 50% obesity rates. See? Now you got accountability. Oh shit. I gotta make sure motherfuckers not fat. I gotta make sure people aren't dependent on fucking depression and anxiety drugs. I gotta make sure people are making babies. I gotta make sure people are happy. But we have a system where leaders don't have to give a fuck about us. They can hate us, they can poison us, and then ship us on off overseas. Nah, bro. That's why I'm against the draft totally. 100%. Unless it meant that everybody in Congress gets a front row seat. Front row seat. Shit, I'll show up then. I'm like, sign me up. Put me in Lindsey Graham's unit. I want to see his war face. Shit, it'd be worth getting blown up to see them motherfuckers get it. I love that. Well, of course, that would never happen. I personally don't believe most people should have rights. Damn, Hellbreaker, shit. The system wants you down and on your luck and constantly unhappy. Hard to avoid that when the regime hates your average person so much. Absolutely. Talk to an Iranian or Cuban or Venezuelan, please. Look, Hellbreaker, I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm saying check the homework. Check the track record. That's all I'm saying. I get it. I get what you're saying, bro. But if check look at the Middle East. Look at the Middle East and look at the shit they've had to deal with in these different countries over the years. Like that's what you get with American involvement. That's what you get. Remember, what was it? Was it Afghanistan? Like what was the one where America, like, they had changed shit, right? Where the women could like dress how they wanted and all that, and then America pulled out and Al Qaeda came in and flipped that bitch. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like you, okay, like that's for a little bit. Okay, we got America over here, and girls can wear their hair out and got rights and this and that. And then, just like that, America left and everything went back to shit. In my opinion, this probably won't be much of a war, seeing how they already smoked the Ayatollah and pretty much took out the rest of their government. Worst case scenario is China and Russian want to get back. Yeah, again, man, I give credit where credit is due. I don't like the situation, but you got to appreciate the efficiency of it all. I mean, given everything that was put out, like all the warships and things like that, it made it look like, okay, this gonna be, but we still don't know. Like we don't know how hard the remaining forces are gonna fight back, because it seems like with the type of artillery that we sent out there, we were prepared for something serious. But like I said, the efficiency of the attack, you gotta give credit where credit is due. It does seem like they want to skip the bloodbath part of the war as quickly as possible, and they just want to run this shit. That's what I'm saying. Like they want to get in, install their puppet president, install and see, this is the thing too, bro. This is what I'm saying. Like I hear what Hellbreaker is saying, but we've seen this before, bro. You can just look back at Ukraine. Look at the Ukraine. Like I can show you guys videos talking about this shit right now. There was regime change in Ukraine. You had a pro-Russian administration, and the American government was involved and supported the coup d'etat that led to the election of Zelensky and his regime. What happened after that? Russia invades Ukraine. Now you're getting dragged out of your house and blown the fuck up. That's what I'm saying. So I get the point you're making, but we've seen this before. We've seen this too many times. I'm a Ukrainian. Oh man, I hate this pro-Russian regime. Coup d'etat. Yeah, Zelensky. Wait a minute. I'm in the back of a van. Wait a minute. Drones. Wait a minute. Boom. Dude, we've seen this too many times, bro. You're making a deal with the devil. They don't give a fuck about you. They don't give a fuck about us. That's the problem. If you want to do it yourself. It's a billion of you. It's 30 of them. It's a billion of you and 30 of them. See, the problem with humanity, this is the black pill right here, bro. I'm gonna tell you guys right now. The biggest black pill. This is the fuck black pill. Oh, I'm ugly, I'm short, I'm an Indian, girls don't like me. That's beginner level shit. That's Pokemon Red shit. That's Game Boy shit. Not even color, nigga. You want to know the biggest black pill that I've realized? Humanity ain't shit. Humans ain't shit. Humans are not good, bro. You want to talk about Cuba and Venezuela? Like I said, it's a billion of you and 30 of them, but y'all won't do shit. You want somebody else to do it. But that's the problem with humanity, is that most people are bad, indifferent, or cowards. That's the biggest black pill. Humanity is majority bad, cowards, and indifference. The people always have the numbers every time. And if in Iran, if all the civilians stood up and said, we not taking this shit, boom. But what does the powers that be have? They have the military and the police and all that. But guess what? The military, the police, all that, they're people like you. Like I said, people ain't shit. People are bad. And the people you want to rescue, you, old America, they're bad too. We're bad. People ain't shit. That's the biggest black pill, nigga. You guys have everything you need. You got all the numbers. You got this, you got that. You got all that. But just won't take advantage of it. Hold up. I was gonna piss in a bottle, but I said, let me use the bathroom this time. Oh, damn, dude! I'm telling you, that's the biggest black pill, bro. People ain't shit. Humanity is mostly bad, and that's really the problem. That's really the problem, man. You got all this bullshit in Iran and Venezuela and Cuba and all that shit because the average citizen, the average people outnumber the government, military, all that shit by hundreds. But again, it's indifference, it's cowardice, and it's indifference. Like when I see, it's like when you see just how easily people are controlled. When I see how easily people are controlled and leveraged against one another, it's like, look at the conflict in Gaza. How easily you can get people, military personnel, to say, hey, get your gun and kill those kids, blow up that school, right? Blow up that hospital in the name of God. People ain't shit. That is the ultimate black pill. But the main thing that I realize as I live on this earth, I love life. I love people. Don't get me wrong, but people ain't shit, bro. Humanity is majority cowards, indifferent, and bad people. I'm indifferent. I'm indifferent. I'm in it too. Okay. I'm done. I'm done with black pill mode. I sort of dated a Cuban woman once. I don't know if she was a communist or would just joke about it. A Cuban woman. What are Cuban women like? Hellbreaker, give us the 411. The track record of America is on long wars of attrition, not precision strikes like this. This was very ludicrous business. I'm optimistic based on this fact. I'm not optimistic at all. I'm impressed, but I'm not. In long run, I'm not. The long run, I'm not optimistic. I'll say that. Too many failures. Too many failures and too much hate. Too many failures and too much hate. Too many, just because the thing about it, and especially so in the Middle East, the problem is that you have the issue of an expanding Israel. We've seen how the territories of Israel have grown over the years. So again, let's say, all right, okay. Let's say, okay, so they regime change in Iran. You do know that regime change in Iran controlled by Israel and America means that now they can conduct false flags from within Iran against Israel to escalate yet again, much like Gaza. The fact that what is it, Hamas is a creation of Israel, and that somehow Hamas is also the ones that attacked them, was just, you see the problem. Oh, we gave you regime change. Now we operate from the inside. Wait a minute. Iran is attacking Israel again. Another escalation. And I'm not saying that's gonna happen, but it's too many problems that can result from that. It's way too many. Too many problems that can result from that. I ain't going for it. If we're being judged, nothing going to happen on the home front other than Liz rioting, protesting, and increased recruitment ads. Not really any draft. It's definitely America is going to be a hard place to draft for sure. But I wouldn't say impossible. I have been many times vocal, even on streams, about U.S. government evils and separate occasions. You know I'm not dead. Now, look, Hellbreaker. I know you're not stupid. I know you're not. You're giving me the perception of the people you hate your government. Look. Guess what? We don't like ours either, nigga. And you know what? That's the funny thing, Hellbreaker. I fuck with you 100%. But what you're saying is not more different than what that's the funny thing about, like, you do know that Americans in a sense would like regime change too. That's the funny thing about this conversation, is that, like, even like, I think like Cuba is like a dictatorship, right? Or a communist country. So you don't have like the left right bullshit that we have. I don't think so. You can enlighten me. But when you look at the constant fighting between the left and the right in our country, that is a form of people desiring regime change. Even more so now, when you think about it, when Trump was president first, a lot of people hated him. The hate for Trump and his administration was real. And you could say, in a sense, that the people who were against him desired regime change. Then you get Biden. Now the right is pissed off. You could say, in a sense, even more so, that people desire regime change. In some, it might not be one for one the same as what you guys are going through. But I'm saying that, being dissatisfied with your government and wanting a change is not really unique to these poor countries. We might have it better as far as luxuries and certain things like that. But in terms of being taken advantage of and being dissatisfied with our government, we're on the same page, and I think even more so, people are starting to realize that the left and the right charade show that we've been tuned into is bullshit, and that it's all one power structure. The left right shit is really just giving us the illusion of control, to say that, okay, we have some participation to say over how we're governed, when we really don't. So again, I get what you're saying, but you're in a worse situation. Iranians in a worse situation than we are by far, sure. But we basically feel the same. We basically feel the same way. We just don't have someone to look up to say, oh, I wish they would, save us. We don't have that bigger, more powerful country, because we are that country. We don't, So what do? We pray for Jesus. We hope Jesus gonna come. Right? Oh, wait, hold up. Oh no, I live in Europe, not Cuba, but I was born in Cuba. Okay, okay. You will be required to be a tech enthusiast to get around censorship. So start now before it's too late to get informed. Look, I'm on my VPN shit right now, but I guess I got to take it to the next level. I get that Linux. The Israel dude I talked to also listened to your music. But dude, God, that's what I'm saying, man. Shit is real. People die for real. People get bombed for real. Like, it's people in Israel that listen to my music. God, man. God. Somebody that listened to robot music is could be in a bunker with cute Israeli girls right now. Those Israeli female soldiers. Who knows? He may be working in the IDF or Mossad and maybe listening to you, but we don't know. He's gone AFK since late 2022. Maybe he getting pussy. This man just keeps spinning with himself instead of reading the chat. Look, you guys are lucky. Hellbreaker, you're lucky. I read the chat as much as I do. You guys are I look at other streams. Motherfuckers don't fuck with the chat like that. They don't fuck with the chat like that. I ain't even looked at one news source. We been just chopping it up, bro. We just been in the basement. We've been in the dungeon and the underground just chopping it up. You guys are privileged. Privileged. That I have such an underground channel where we can just sit. Like, this is like a small round table of individuals and lurkers having good conversation. You guys are blessed. Fucking blessed, man. I watch some people stream Dell, or it'll be like you got a super chat to even be noticed. I'm not even charging y'all, bruh. Y'all can chime in right now. Hell yeah. They don't care. They don't really care about us, Michael Jackson. I'm not gonna sing those lyrics. I'll tell you that much. Chad Marco soapbox maxing. Yes. Look, I'm gonna get on my soapbox every now and then. I got the floor. I'm gonna get on that bitch and talk shit. Your average person is not bad, just short sight. Listen to what I said, Bobby. I said bad, cowardly, or indifferent. Bad, cowardly, or indifferent. If I was wrong, the humanity would not be in the state that it is. See, this is the thing. Most people don't know who they really are because they're not in a conflict. That's the thing. Most people don't know, even myself. Even myself, most people don't really know who they are. Think about it. We know for a fact that we pay taxes to pedophiles. Right? This is facts. We know this. What are we doing? What are we doing? Last night, I was in here masturbating. That's what I was doing. What were you doing? Bobby Barrow, were you up at the White House with a picket, with a protest sign? Hellbreaker, what were you doing? Kimo Sabi, what were you? Did you do something? You know, something tells me that everybody in this chat didn't do shit. Right? Bad, cowardly, or indifferent. That is the reality of man. You got some good people, but bad, cowardly, and indifferent. And you can't debate me on this. You can't. We know we pay taxes to pedophiles. Nobody did shit. What are we? Okay. Israel, they know their military force is kill civilians indiscriminately, men, women, children. What do? You know this. This ain't speculation. This ain't conspiracy. Somebody do something? Well, that's my side. Well, my side is killing the kids, so, shit, fuck them. That's humanity. That's people. So when I say bad, cowardly, and indifferent, that's what humanity is. It's not that everybody is raping and killing, but you know that the raping and the killing is happening and you don't do anything. You know who makes the decisions and you don't do anything. You have the numbers, you have the power, but you don't do anything. We don't do anything. That is humanity. Humanity is bad, indifferent, and cowardly by majority, by most. We don't see it as much. We see it. It used to be more out in the open. Think back to Rome, the Colosseum, right? Think about the shit like that. Oh, let's feed these poor Christians to the lions in front of everybody. Everybody in the stadium just cheering. Yeah, eat them damn Christians. That's people. Yeah, that's people. The country I live in, my people were slaves. Only a small percentage of white Americans actually owned slaves, but they knew they were slaves, right? It went on for a long ass time. And to give credit where credit is due, there were abolitionists, people who fought. Don't get me wrong, yeah, but bravo. But that's humanity. And I'll give credit where credit is due. We've gotten better. The further back you go, the more ridiculous we were. But I'm just saying, I look at too much history, bro. I look at too much history. That's all I'm saying, bro. You're going to tell me that we're not that as I got my W-2 right up there. I'm getting ready this month to pay my taxes to pedophiles. That's what I'm going to do in March. If you're not doing that, you don't have a job. Bravo. You're a hero. But if you got a job like me, you're paying taxes to pedophiles. And you ain't going to do shit about it. Indifferent. I'm in that class. Okay. Hellbreaker want to just talk shit tonight. Lord, how you going to lecture me about people not being shit with the kind of comments and points I've put out over the years in your channel? Hellbreaker, come on. I'm not specifically calling out you. I'm saying people in general. Hell, you're better than that, man. Come on. Oh no, Chad's talking about me. He called me bad and indifferent as I don't do anything. I'm dissatisfied with my government, but I've done nothing to change things. That's true, Hellbreaker. That's true. Wait, you're not Cuban, so whatever. I thought you were Cuban and Cuba under the dictatorship or the communism. In which case I would say, Hellbreaker, you're not doing shit. You're indifferent. And I'm not saying that to insult you or anybody else. I'm saying we're all that. Am I lying, nigga? Don't be mad at what I'm saying. Am I lying? Are you rising up against the pedophile elites? No, you're indifferent. If you've done anything, let me know. I'm wrong then. Anybody that's listening, I'm taking this moment because Hellbreaker wants to call me out as being wrong tonight. Fine. The motherfucker that's in this chat that did something about the pedophile elites that you pay taxes to, let us know, please. Let me know to prove that you're not bad, indifferent, and or cowardly. Like 99% of everybody's goddamn country. Okay. Cuban women ain't shit either. They're sweet at the beginning, and then they turn into overbearing witches if they feel entitled to you, as they all are. I don't think I've really heard anybody, any guy from any country specifically say, "Oh, our women, oh yeah." I think it's kind of a grass greener type thing, or maybe a comparison thing. At least when Americans go out and they experience women from other cultures, they do have good things to say about them. But I don't know, maybe it's just that America and first world countries are just so bad that to us, when we go out to third world countries, and I guess also that the status difference gives us a bit more leverage, so we have better experiences compared. But yeah, maybe if you ask the guys that are natives to that country, they're like, man, these women ain't shit. These women ain't shit either, man. The white and black women I've dated were all like that. All the same. I don't like hearing that. I don't like hearing that. The left and right divide was never so extreme. Yeah, but I feel like the good thing about it, I think more people are starting to realize though that, kind of don't matter. Kind of don't matter, who we vote for. Hold up, I got a picture I want to show you guys actually. I want to show. Be careful. Be careful. I got a picture I want to show you guys. I saw this on X and it kind of worried me a little bit. The box. No, that's not it. Give me two screen. No, it's not there. It's not there. I saw this. This is it. I saw this on X. I was like, no. I saw this. I'm not sure if Elon posted this. I forgot who posted it, but I was worried when I saw it because I get the sense that kind of like how Donald Trump was used to kind of, draw in the people that were starting to realize that that there was like a deep state and that we might want an outsider. When I saw this, I was worried, like, dude, what if the next like political psyop is like a third party being promoted? Like, okay, we know the left isn't going to be the saviors, and now we know the right isn't going to be the saviors. So maybe we need like a new party, a third party. And again, I don't want to put this on Elon's name, even though, he's a monster too. But I forgot who posted this, but I saw it and I was like, yo, it worried me. I was like, this might be the next psyop because they see that's kind of where people are looking at things now. So also, for example, Canada is already listing autistic, depressed people for their MAID program, aka assisted and heroes. Governments will always find a way to cull their populace with or without war. And one of the scary things about war, I've seen people describe it as like sort of like it's like modern day ritualistic sacrifice. So it's like they can't sacrifice people out in the open like they used to. Like think about I think the Mayans or the Aztecs, they would like put somebody on a pillar and then cut their beating heart out in front of everybody. We can't do that anymore, obviously. So like war is the modern day like sacrifice. So again, you look at a conflict in Gaza where you have a high death toll of children. Now you have basically, you could make the parallel between like a conflict like that and like child sacrifice of like those weird weird demonic ass civilizations of the past. But it's because it's war, it's collateral damage, you know, it's casualties, it's that sort of thing. So he was in your server, but he was an edgy teen you banned. He used to go by Eddie on Discord. Oh God. I did a good thing then. Alfonso Villa, welcome to the stream. Your room is so tiny. You're just like me. I love this room though. It's very small. You know, sometimes I post my room on R9K because, you know, people they find it fascinating. I don't know why. It's a tiny room. And I remember I asked the girls, I was like, I think I said something like, how would a girl feel about dating a guy with a room like this? And again, it could have been Troons and Gooners saying it, but I remember like somebody is basically like, hell no. Fuck that. Bro, there's plenty of underground streamers out here. You're the only one who don't get pussy though. For real? For real? I'm not the only one that don't get pussy, bro. I'm not the only one that don't get pussy. Don't get done. I just saw somebody post Sloth in the Discord. I'm not sure if he streams, but he's a not getting pussy guy. Black Cell, you know, he's got a smaller channel than mine, and I don't think he streams, but he ain't getting pussy. I'm not the only bro. I'm not the only one. Oreo Man, he's out there. But I think maybe like if you're gonna be specific and say streamers, I look at, you know, all of us make videos, stream, whatever. We're all in the not getting pussy camp. Chad, bro, I check your Discord. I sent you a new AI image of your ad going Super Saiyan. It better be better than that Vince Staples looking one. If they really desperate for Zog, I'm worried about you saying it on stream. I think that might be one of them terms. They won't be using a draft, especially with what's been happening with the EP files, APAC. They'll try other subversives. Give me some ideas. Yeah, we pay taxes to them, but if we stop, the whole system would collapse, game, making life stop for a period. That's all. Maybe that's the point, Tyrone. You guys ever heard of Walk of the Plebs? I gotta research this again. I kind of researched it a little bit, but it was a method of protest by the plebeians, the people against government or leaders they weren't satisfied with. What they would do, they would just not work. they would stop production, and it was very effective. It was a very effective type of protest because with all the power that the government has, labor is the lifeblood of the system. If people stop working, if people stop showing up to work and doing things and put things to a halt, the government has no choice but to pay attention. But it's risky too, because of course, like in the meantime, like you're gonna suffer as people because again, you're not working. Some people could be made examples of, like for instance, it would have been different then, but just think like, if you had the Walk of the Plebs, well, the guy that I normally buy salami from, he ain't salamiing right now. So for the carpenters ain't carpenting and shit. So of course there will be a period of pain on the side of the plebs, but in the long run, having that sort of halting to the system would actually, it would be like, okay, we got no choice. And it's like, because you're not doing anything violent, they like the rulers and leaders, they can't justify like putting boot the ass really. So it was like an effective form of protest. So when I say that, it's like, you know, if people organized and just said, "Nah, we ain't doing this." Because think about the trucker protests in Canada during COVID-19. It was very effective. It got the attention of the Canadian government so much that they froze those truckers' bank accounts. Like that shit, that it was very effective. Again, labor is the life force of the system. The funny thing about it, if more people need it, NEETs could probably be the most effective way, like the most peaceful and effective way to actually have an effect on the system. Labor is the lifeblood of the system. Because this is the thing, even if people who wouldn't participate, they will be affected. If they're affected, it puts everybody on notice. Why my Amazon ain't showing up? Why my Amazon packages ain't showing up? Because the Amazon workers ain't Amazoning. Oh man, like why? The firefighters aren't showing up. The police ain't showing up. That's okay. That's a big deal. So again, you're right, but that's kind of the point. Labor is the lifeblood of the system. You stop the labor, you starve the system. But of course, as people, you get hurt in the meantime as well. But we're not organized and focused enough to do that shit. That's that's old school protest right there, bro. I used to do things I would inform people, and I got nothing but rejection and shunning from it before it was common knowledge in the 2010s. No, I feel you. Like, I'm not trying to shame anybody here whatsoever. I'm just making the point of like that most people, if you're not bad, if you're not outright bad, if you're not outright cowardly, you're indifferent. I'm indifferent. Like I'm just trying to live a good life amongst the chaos and just hope I don't get caught up in some bullshit. Like that's me. You can put me in the indifferent category. I'm not doing shit either. You know, it's like when I saw those people putting up those signs for that North Carolina politician, whatever, I thought like, what if I stopped my car and had a talk with these guys about and was like, hey man, voting doesn't matter. It's actually a one-party system. There's a deep state. They control both sides. What would have happened? What would I would that have meant anything? You know, more than likely not. I probably got pushed back, look at me like I'm crazy. Like it's so I'm not shaming anybody here. I'm just saying, like, and if you can prove that I'm lying by telling me what you did, against the corrupt systems and governments that we complain about all the time, I want to hear it. I want to know what you did. I want to know. Did you get did you at least make a sign and stand somewhere? And did you go to a protest? Did you write your local senator? Let me know. I want to know. Don't tell me you voted. I want to hear that shit. We need organization to stop the pedos. All that is in my power is to wake people up, which I do. Yeah, you know, and one thing I do try to do, you know, we have these conversations, we have the Botcast, things like that. You know, I try to at least you know, do things at least at the lower level. You know, even the little things like warning people about harmful chemicals in the food, microplastics in the water, shit like that. Like again, it ain't much in the grand scheme of things. It's not gonna change the government for the better, but you know, obviously we live in a system that is owned and operated by the wicked. So as everyday people, how can we navigate around this wickedness? How can we kind of see through the bullshit and stay safe when there's so many traps? That's how I look at. That's the best that I can do, is to sort of inform myself and inform others. Hey man, like this, you don't do this and this, take advantage of this and yada yada. You know, that's, and even like just certain things like I might say that go against the grain. Like when I say, hey man, shit, you want to save money, live with your parents. Don't let people shame you and then pay $1,500 in rent. You know, it's like one of my good friends, love him to death. But, you know, he kind of fell into that idea that I need to move out quick and get my own place. He did that. And in the long run, it didn't work out. He lost the place. And I thought about it. I'm like, dude, this guy was paying probably over $1,000 a month in for his bills, his mortgage or whatever. And in the long run, lost it couldn't like shit went left. And it's like all that invested into something that you don't have anymore. And that's what I'm saying is like, so like just I try to figure out what can average people do to not deal with a lot of stress in life. That's how I look at shit. You know, I try to figure out how can we add by subtraction, addition by subtraction. Let me ask you something. If you're hungry and starving, but the grocery store owner is a pedophile, are you still paying? If I'm hungry and starving and the pedophile, and I know he's a pedophile, I don't know. I get what you're getting at, and I lean towards saying that I would. I lean towards saying that I would because I'm literally starving to death. But this is the point. Like, and I'm glad you brought that up because you brought up an extreme situation that brings out the reality of humanity. And I think a lot of us don't really know the reality of you. So when I say that, I sound pessimistic. I sound, well, people are bad. People aren't good. You don't see it because we live in abundance and convenience. You know, that's what I'm saying. Like, what can you really say about people when you look at situations, when you look at places where they don't have the convenience to be good easily, where it's harder to do the right thing? And that's what I mean. A lot of us, we don't know. A lot of the good that we do is a good of convenience. Look at like I had that one guy that the vegan dude get on my ass about eating fucking animal products. Okay. I got you. Noted. But you put me in an extreme situation. I'm starving and I gotta pay a pedophile for food. Maybe I would. I don't know. Maybe I lean towards saying I would. I'm hungry, nigga. Just be honest. I'm starving. I'm not gonna sit here, oh, I'm big and bad. I'm gonna starve to death before I buy these goddamn this steak. But take the guy that shamed me for eating animals or whatever, eating meat. Put him on an island where there's nothing to eat but animals. In fact, take most vegans that stand on their soapbox like I am tonight and preach, you should eat animal products. Don't eat meat. Don't drink milk. Don't do this. Put them niggas on an island with nothing but animal to eat. How many of them gonna starve to death before they kill an animal and eat that bitch? Really? Think it. How many gonna starve? And I say not. It'll be a handful that will really just monk out and die. A lot of times people are good out of convenience. That's all I'm saying. Like a lot of the good that we see in people is out of convenience. You put them in the right situation, they turn into monsters. You guys ever seen that episode of The Twilight Zone? You guys ever seen that episode of The Twilight Zone? Where like there was warning of a nuclear bomb, and there was the one family that had a bunker and nobody else had a bunker. And everybody knew they had a bunker, but they thought they were like, why he got a bunker? Nothing's ever going to happen, right? So when the warning came out, they knew he had a bunker. But the thing was, the bunker was set up for just his family. It wasn't enough for the whole neighborhood. So he didn't let them into the house, to the bunker. His neighbors turned into fucking animals to get into that bunker. I think they got like a battering ram and knocked the door down and all that. But the moral of that episode was that how people act during a crisis is not how they act during everyday life. And that's the point I'm trying to make here when I say most people are not really good. You don't really know people until they're in a crisis. This is the episode right here. They had a bunker, but they wouldn't let their neighbors in because they didn't have enough resources. It was built for his family, but they knew about it. And so they were begging and please, let us in. When they wouldn't let them in, they got the battering ram and said, we're going to knock the door down. And then they find out at the end of the episode that it was a false alarm. There was no nuclear bomb falling. But the lesson there was that the people that you share oxygen with on a daily basis could turn on you in a different set of circumstances. Adversity introduces you to who you really are, people. Adversity introduces you to who you really are. Most of us have never been put in these types of situations, these hot situations. So who are you really if you've never been in that? If you've never been starving and the only store is owned by Mr. Pedophile, as Tyrone set up for me, right? I know he fucked them kids, but my ribs showing. Oh man, we're having a good time tonight. We do not have the numbers or the power. We do, Bobby. We absolutely do. We don't have the organization and the will. That's the thing. And the part that's leveraged against us is us. That's like who does the bidding of the leaders in the government? It's people like you got to think, bro. The people who fight the wars, law enforcement, press gangs, ICE, they're not aliens from another planet. Like, they're like you and me. You know, they just might be a little bit worse, but they're not aliens. They're not lizard people, probably. They're like you and me. So they're part of us. They're just the us that are bad and cowardly, but they're us too, you know. See, everybody reacts differently. That's the thing. Everybody react, but it's all us. We're accountable. It's all us. It's how you react. Are you indifferent? Are you cowardly, or are you bad? How are you gonna or are you the few good that would actually do something in a hot moment? That's the thing. So that's why I say we do got the numbers, but it's what people do is the problem. God damn. Christians were seen as a subversive threat to the Roman Empire. Yes, this is true. Did you know that the first slave batch from Africa arrived in Cuba? You learn something new every day. I heard slavery in the what's it called, the tropics, like the tropical islands, like Haiti, Jamaica. I heard slavery over there was much worse. It was much more vicious form of slavery. They were treated much worse than the ones in the Americas. From what I researched, I wasn't there. Thank God. Thank God, man. See, this is why I don't show my political power level in real life. I'm just a big dick thug ready to crack some hoes. Dude, I was at work and I heard my supervisor talking about Candace Owens and like Jewish conspiracies and shit. He was talking about, oh, the Jews own the porn industry. I was sitting there like I wanted to hop into that conversation. I wanted this, but power level. I was like, let me not get involved. But yeah, I mean, maybe that's part of the problem, that, you know, people don't make those connections, you know. So again, with me, I'm not shaming anybody here. I'm indifferent. I've given up on the idea that the people are going to band together, and I'm trying to have me a good life while I'm here. That's what I'm trying to do. And just try to be good within my island of the world. You know, let me be good in my room to my family and the people I deal with. Let me be good within my little world, and hopefully the big bad wicked people of the greater world don't try to infringe on what I got going on. Oh man. What are we doing? So, we actually have a topic today. Now, we've been talking about this all day though, but you know, I've been talking with you guys so much because you guys are so awesome. But let's get to like an actual article or something. Let's get an update. It's been like 2 hours. There's probably like a lot of people that died on the side of Iran. Let me refresh real quick. Iran state media reports Khamenei's death. Shiite Muslims mourn the killing of Iranian Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei during a protest against the U.S. and Israel in Srinagar, Indian-controlled Kashmir. So this is strange. You know, this they're mourning his loss in Kashmir. I don't know. I thought that was all right. Damn, they fuck with him like that. They might like him more than the people in Iran. A Shiite Muslim holds a photograph of Iranian Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei during a protest against the U.S. Government supporters gather in mourning after state TV officially announced the death of Iranian Supreme Leader under billboard with graphic showing a U.S. aircraft carrier. Okay. Oh boy. Oh damn. But then these people here are celebrating it. So you got varying opinions of the outcome here. Demonstrators carrying a photograph of Reza Pahlavi protesting against the Islamic Republic, celebrating the killing of Iran's supreme leader. So you got mixed reactions. Some people loved him, some people hated him. Live updates. Iranian state media confirms death of Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. That's a cool ass name too. I know I'm messing it up some, but that's a cool name. Iranian Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was killed in a major attack by Israel and the United States. Iranian state media confirmed early Sunday, throwing the future of the Islamic Republic into doubt and raising the risk of regional instability. President Donald Trump announced the death hours earlier, saying it gave Iranians their greatest chance to take back their country. State media, hold on. President Donald Trump announced the death hours earlier, saying it gave Iranians their greatest chance to take back their country. I'm gonna log this in the bullshit category. This is not going to end in Iranians taking back their country. This is going to be whatever government comes into place after this is going to be a vast. At the end of the day, Iran is going to be nothing less than a vassal state of the United States and its allies. This is not Iran taking back their country and having sovereignty. Not on this earth will that be the outcome. Now, you can make the argument that it could bring in stability. People might be more satisfied with the new government. That could happen, but it's not going to be a sovereign government. That's for damn sure. They didn't do it. You don't do a regime change just to give people they shit back and leave. Regime change is a rebrand of imperialism. It's just a rebrand of taking over other people's shit. That's all it is. It's the rebrand of that. State media reported that the 86-year-old, damn, he was old. Damn, you need to sit down anyway. What you doing? I'm sorry, that's too old, man. Damn. Was killed in an airstrike targeting his compound in downtown Tehran. I'm sorry, but that make it sound like he was just in the cut somewhere downtown Tehran. Satellite photos from Airbus showed that the site was heavily bombed. His death at his office showed that he consistently stood among the people and at the forefront of his responsibilities, confronting what officials call global arrogance, state TV said. Damn. Yeah, I would expect somebody like that during a time of heightened war to be like in a bunker in a different country or something, in a bunker in Russia somewhere. You know, I remember during the initial bomb. Remember the first bombings in Israel. I think Netanyahu wasn't he in Egypt at the time? Like he knew what was coming. He said, "Let me get the fuck out of here." Heavy explosions in Dubai. Why is Dubai being bombed? Sri Lanka warns its nationals in the Middle East to exercise caution. Sri Lanka's foreign minister on Sunday urged nearly 1 million Sri Lankans, I'm sure I'm fucking it up, working and living in the Middle East to exercise heightened vigilance and avoid non essential travel as well as large public gatherings. So it seems like there are different conflicts in the Middle East that are springing up as a result of this. Argentina's president Milei celebrates Khamenei's death. I'm not surprised. We saw him touching the wall. Argentine President Javier Milei, ooh, that is a sexy name, praised the joint operation carried out Saturday by the U.S. and Israel that killed Iran's supreme leader, whom he described as one of the most evil, violent, and cruel individuals in modern history. In his statement, Milei also recalled the 1994 terrorist attack on the Argentine Jewish Community Center known as AMIA in Buenos Aires. The bombing killed 85 people and injured hundreds, marking one of the deadliest attacks in the country's history. Siren sounds in parts of Israel. Sirens sounded across parts of Israel as the military warned of another Iranian attack. So it seems like even though their leader has been taken out, they are still retaliating. We can only hope that this de-escalates as quickly as possible. You know, I see some people like celebrating Israel being bombed and shit like that, but that's the wrong way to look at things, bro. Because in a lot of ways, you know, the Israeli people are taken advantage of just like anybody else by their government. You know, look at, if you want to say that 9/11 was an inside job, it was allowed to happen to justify war. Israel is kind of in a similar situation if you think about their people, where they look at the October 7th attack as their 9/11 of sorts. And so that's what has them riled up against these other Middle Eastern countries, amongst other things. But, you know, they're kind of psyoped and brainwashed to think a certain way, the same way that Americans are. So I see people celebrating like Tel Aviv being bombed and showing destruction and clapping for that. But again, I feel like it's, again, man, that's just very ugly to me. Because it's missing the point that, you know, a lot of them are just as much victims of the poor and wicked decision makings of their leaders as anybody else. Air defenses in Dubai go off at dawn. Why is Dubai being bombed? What the hell's going on over there? China organizing evacuations from Iran. A Chinese organization is registering citizens in Iran for evacuation to neighboring countries. According to a Chinese media report, more than 200 Chinese scattered across Iran. Tan Tai, the president of the Iran Federation of Chinese Organizations, told the Global Times newspaper. Oh, hold up. Oh, man, it's endless. It's endless. Strikes on Iran. U.S. military releases videos said to show wave of strikes on Iran. America, fuck yeah. America, fuck yeah, right? Now you gotta admit, this is one badass country, man. Don't fuck with America. At least two. Oh man, we were just talking about ICE. Yep, they got him. He looked well preserved for an old man. He looked nice and healthy though. 86, but he looked like a healthy 86. He doesn't look. He looks better than Biden. That's for sure. He looks like he still has a brain. Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, who assembled theocratic power in Iran over the decades as a supreme leader and sought to turn it into a regional powerhouse, bringing it into confrontation with Israel and the United States, over his nuclear program while crushing democracy protesters at home has died. He was 86. Iranian state media reported the death early Sunday after a major attack launched by Israel and the United States. U.S. President Donald Trump said hours earlier that Khamenei had been killed in the joint operation. Khamenei dramatically promoted the Islamic Republic since he took the reins after the death of Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini in 1989. Khamenei was the fiery, charismatic ideologue who led the overthrow of the Shah and installed rule by Shiite Muslims. Shiite? Did I say Shiite? Is it Shiite? I think it's Shiite. Oh, man, my bad. I said Shiite. Woo, boy, they'll be mad at me. My bad. Clerics tasked with spreading religious purity. It fell to Khamenei, a stodgier figure with weaker religious credentials and a leaden demeanor, to turn that revolutionary vision into a state establishment. He ended up ruling far longer than Khomeini. He greatly expanded the Shiite clerical class and built the paramilitary Revolutionary Guard into the most important body underpinning his rule. The Guard became a military and business behemoth, the country's most elite force and head of its ballistic missile arsenal with hands across Iran's economic sectors. Okay, I think this gets into some of the internal problems in the country, but the strains became harder to contain. Political repression and the faltering economy fueled successfully bigger waves of mass protest. Anger over the 2022 death of Mahsa Amini, detained for not wearing her mandatory headscarf properly, escalated into demonstrations against the social restrictions. In early January, hundreds of thousands marched in cities across the country, many chanting death to Khamenei. Khamenei responded with the deadliest crackdown seen in nearly 50 years of clerical rule as security forces opened fire on crowds, killing thousands. And this is the part where people don't like Khamenei. This is to credit Hellbreaker's earlier point about people not liking him. That's a pretty good reason to not like him. At the same time, the Mideast war sparked by Hamas' October 7, 2023 attack on Israel set in motion a collapse of the region-wide axis of resistance built by Khamenei. Israel and Iran attacked each other directly for the first time in 2024. Israel struck Iran again in June 2025 as it and the United States targeted the country's nuclear program and killed top military officers and nuclear scientists. Iran retaliated by sending missiles and drones at Israel. Yeah. Now, I gotta say, me personally, I'm not really a fan of the guy. Don't make the mistake of thinking that, just because I don't like America's involvement here, that I'm like, oh, this is a great guy. Yeah. Get those damn women to wear their headscarves right. I can see exactly why, and especially I've heard people say the younger generation in Iran, they're not a fan of, again, the repressive laws and traditions of the land. But the issue is that when it comes to America swooping in to save the day, it never works out like that. That's the problem. It doesn't or rarely works out that way. And that's definitely not the agenda or the intent. But this created the perfect, I wouldn't say perfect, but a very good excuse as they escalate the war, the inner conflict and turmoil within the country. That gives, again, that's one thing that Trump and his administration can kind of lean on and say, oh, this is why we're doing it. This is the benefit of why we're doing it. Because the whole nuclear weapons thing, everybody knows that's a stretch. But you can point to the protests. You can point to the dissatisfaction of the younger generation in Iran. You can point to the crackdown, the deaths. I thought I heard an explosion. I thought I heard an explosion. Hold up. Oh boy. It's happening, guys. was that? What the fuck was that? I don't know what the fuck that was. Wouldn't that be crazy if I got blown up live? The first American death of World War. Nah, sis, I heard like a loud boom down the street. Real shit. It was like it didn't sound like a bomb, but it sounded like just like that. I don't know. Hopefully I'm tripping. But it spooked me. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm spooked. Okay. God damn. Oh man. Wait, what you say? You said you're a choose sale? You want it to be this way? A choose what's a choose sale? I thought it was bold sale. Link and Zelda are the only heroes they. Oh, wait a minute. I forgot. I need to actually get the chat on the screen too, like I do on the gaming streams. But I'll do that later. I want people to see you, to see you guys, hold you accountable. You watch Rehab Room. I've heard of Rehab Room. No, I haven't. Is it good? Um, yeah, I might have to do like a Rehab Room episode. You don't know if someone is good or bad until they are tested. So you cannot say they are definitively bad because they have not reached that point yet either. But remember what I said. Remember what I said. Bad, indifferent, cowardly. You got to put them all in there. It's the trifecta, the trifecta. Bad, indifferent, cowardly. That's you gotta put them all in there. Because the problem of humanity is not always someone being outright bad. Indifference is enough. I forgot that Martin Luther King quote, but he said something about at some point in action is something bad. Right. But indifference is a problem too. It's like it's like let's say for instance, Bobby, there was a draft, right? Let's say we had a military draft, and you know it's an unjust war, you know it's a bullshit war, right? But let's say you're an older man, you're 50 years old, you got a bad leg, you're not gonna be drafted. But let's say your next door neighbors, young men, are being drafted. So you're outside on your front porch and you see the press gangs knocking on the door to drag him out, to force him into the war. Would you do something? More than likely not. Indifference. If the neighborhood stood up and said, we ain't gonna let you take our young men, now the evil cannot be further. They would have to just decimate you. But if you're afraid of the decimation, now you're cowards. So that's why that bad, cowardly, indifferent. That's all I'm saying. Is that is how wicked rules the world, because that is what people are. Most people fall into those categories. If not, the world wouldn't be the way that it is. You don't have to be outright bad. Indifference is enough. As you stand on your front porch as a 50-year-old Bobby Barrow drinking your beer as your neighbors are dragged out screaming to go to an unjust war to kill innocent children, your indifference is part of why these things happen. That's what I'm saying. And I'm not shaming, because maybe I do the same shit. But you got to add them all in there. Don't look at it in terms of like, okay, would he do something bad? Would you do something good if something bad happened next to you? Or would you just watch it? That's the thing. when that girl got stabbed on that train or that bus by that black dude, who stood up to help her? Right? Look how many people just like, what did he stab Shraggy? Right? That's people. Every now and then you can find an example of someone, doing the heroic thing, doing the good. I'm not trying to say everybody are like that, but I just think overwhelmingly that's how people are. Is people tend to fall into those categories. Well, I would help, but then the government's gonna put their foot up my ass. Cowardly, understandably so. I'm not saying that. Oh, you're a coward. I'm saying that. Yeah, most people are scared in those situations. I'd be scared too. Maybe I wouldn't do shit either. That's all. That's it. That's it. All these things come together to allow the wicked to rule the world. It all falls together. If I had real power, I would stop all the evil that I could in the world. Wouldn't we all? I'm sure we've all wished to have some assortment of anime powers. Death Note, go Super Saiyan, whatever, you know. Then if I was a 50-year-old man and saw kids being drafted, I would prevent them from drafting, prevent them from drafting those kids, and I have recruits put in jail. But Bobby, I'm glad you say that. Yeah, I'm glad you say that, and I support you in that. The feminists help her by not engaging in benevolent sexism. If the government puts their foot up your ass, nothing gets accomplished. Anyway, but the point is though, if more people were like that, then they would overcome the tyranny of the government. If it's one old dude compared to the full force of the press gangs coming to the neighborhood, yeah, he's fucked. But if more people did not fall into that category of indifference and cowardly, then they couldn't do it. They just couldn't do it. It wouldn't be worth it. If more people were actually good and courageous to do what needed to be done, then we'd have that chance. All right, let's move over to X. Now this is where it's really fun. This is where it gets really fun. My lord. Let me see. Let me refresh this. Okay, what do we got? Oh yeah, thanks. What's happening? Iran. Okay. Hey, it's our good friend Alex Jones. I got to be honest. Watching Alex Jones is very funny these days because he supports Donald Trump vehemently, but nobody is more well versed in things like the corrupt bullshit wars in the Middle East, the neocons, the lies about weapons of mass destruction, 9/11 conspiracies. Like he knows all that. And watching Alex Jones try to reconcile those two things, right? Supporting Trump, but knowing that escalating conflict in the Middle East is a part of deep state agenda. It's just because I used to really like Alex Jones, but seeing what he's turned into is really disappointing. But it's funny too because it's like it's such extreme cognitive dissonance on his part. Like I want to support Trump, but he's doing exactly what he should not be doing. He's going against like one of the number one things I've always preached against, which was the escalation of wars and conflicts in the Middle East. X has become a echo chamber. X has become a lot of things. It's become a lot. It is kind of funny though because I think like you said, the problem with X is like because the way the algorithm works, it gets to a point where you kind of see what you want to see. Cause you know, it kind of it gives you what you pay attention to. And of course we have a tendency to pay attention to what we believe in. You know, like you really would have to go out of your way, you know, to find those opposing views and things like that. You gotta take those extra steps, you know. That's why, you know, I've never been too hard on people that disagree with me. You know, like one of the long term users on my Discord, good old Woody, a good old pessimistic Woody. You know, he likes Trump, and me and him, we have debates and discussion about Trump's. But I love having someone like him around because he has an opposing view. You know, just to keep somebody around that can say no, motherfucker. You know, it's good to have that. It's good to have somebody that and people that have opposing views around you. But I just think because of the nature of X and the way it works, yeah, it tends to turn into that. Alex Jones figured it out long ago and sold out quickly. Yes, he's Bobby. What did Alex Jones figure out? Explain it to me. I want to hear like give me your explanation, Bobby. Give me your explanation. What do you think he figured out? What do you think he figured out? How would I get that? Vacation. Oh shit, I fucked that up. So let me see. Hold on, guys. I gotta do something real quick. Hold that thought. Streaming, gaming. Okay. Let me see. Copy streaming, podcast. Okay. Oh, streaming, podcast, face and screen. Okay, let me see. Can I? Uh, oh, boom! I got it. Boom. Oh shit. Okay. Okay. All right. We got the chat up. We got the chat up. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Okay. Give me 1 second. Try to get this next one up. There we go. Boom, boom, boom. We own it. We own it. We own it. See how I leveled up midstream? I got you guys on the screen. There you go. Now people can see you. There you go. I gotta change the color though. That's a bad color, but we in there. Man, I like being old so I don't get drafted. If I see some young dudes getting drafted, I'ma laugh and say, "Get your ass in there, bus, little nigga." See, Tyrone, indifferent and bad. Get on that bus, look. But you know what's crazy though? In Ukraine, they actually they prioritize drafting like older people. They've been lowering and like they've been messing with the ages here and there, but the dude Tyrone, if you were in Ukraine, you would have been an old ass nigga on the front lines. They actually prioritize the older people. It seems I forgot the exact numbers, but yeah, they prioritize the older generation. he figured out who runs the new world order. Thanks for proving Marco's point. But not, I can't. I had an episode of the Botcast where was speculating like what happened to Alex Jones. Um, and I can't say for sure, but I had some theories. I was wondering, like, one thing that I was wondering was it his religious belief that was kind of clouding his judgment, because no disrespect to religious people, but I think religious people they cope with their religion and their faith, the whole thoughts and prayers thing and all that. And I think so much of the build up to Donald Trump being elected and MAGA has been so intertwined with Christianity and traditional beliefs, and maybe that's why he doesn't want to get off that bandwagon. But also, like you said, like maybe shit got real behind the scenes. Like maybe he realized this is a fight he can't win. He could have been control opposition from the very beginning too. That's the thing as well. He could have always been controlled opposition, to be fair. But yeah, I mean, and then remember, if you guys have been following him, one of the guys that worked on his team got killed. I forgot the dude's name, but yeah, somebody that worked closely with him on InfoWars got killed. And so again, I don't know, this shit, like the powers of the government and the powers that be is deep. Is deep, and it's really it's scary shit. And you got to think, if somebody was actually a threat to them, what they could do to them. That's why it's hard to believe in any of these social media influencers that claim to be telling the truth and all this, because if anybody was really saying something that could be a threat to the government, we probably wouldn't be seeing them. We probably get disappeared real quick. Marco, check the DM pic I sent you from Pain. That Super Saiyan pit looks fire, right? Post it for the stream to see. All right, guys. Tyrone wants me to show the picture. It's probably some bullshit too, though, bro. Because Tyrone be trolling me. Let me see. This better not be no bullshit. I'm going to ban you. Let me see. This better not. I'm interrupting the stream for this shit. Let this be some bullshit. Oh my God. Oh, that's the one. I saw that. I saw that. Wait, is it the one in the Discord or? Yeah, no, I seen that. That's not bad, but I have an American flag on my chest, bro. Like, you might want to fix that one. You might might want to fix that. You got an American flag on my damn. Let's see if I can bring this up real quick. Oh wait, there it is. Let me see. Oh Lord, look at this AI slop. Look at this. Look at this AI slop. Oh my God, damn. Yeah, my hair still black. My eyes, no, bro. You gotta hook this up. I need blue eyes, blonde hair. I need a blonde mustache, a blonde chin strap. No American flag. You gotta beef it up, dude. You got the aura, but really, I'm just like a Jujutsu Kaisen character right now. I just got aura. I ain't got all the Dragon Ball Z features yet, bro. You gotta hook me up. You gotta hook me up, bro. I need the hookup, man.
The Ayatollah Khamenei is dead.
Yeah, that's according to Israel officials who have spoken to Reuters. They're saying that he is confirmed dead.
So that they found his body under the rubble, and then in fact he is officially dead. Now, our own officials have not yet confirmed that. Have reached out to officials over the Pentagon. They have not yet responded, but they've been releasing a lot of information from Central Command, and that's the information we have to go off of right now. But they've been very hush-hush over at the Pentagon for the last few hours as well.
Yeah, usually the Pentagon tells you a lot of, it's all been accurate so far.
Yeah.
All the time you break major news every day, but they said go to the CENTCOM site. There's like nothing there but missiles firing from missile cruisers and jets taking off.
Yeah, the last
Man, Alex been so stressed out. He got fat again. Remember, he got skinny for a while. Hey, David Icke, Lizard Man. We all love David Icke, the Lizard Man. Israel attacks Iran with American support. Damn, David, shit, you got the pro package. I can't write this much. Lord, dude, write a page over here. Lord, man. With American support, when Trump is owned by Israel, I have no brief for the Islamic extremists in Iran, and neither for the fake extremism of Netanyahu and the fake Christian extremism of Trump. But all this is part of a far greater plan in which the people are, as always, are caught in the middle. How many humans in the world? We're told some 8 billion. How many have orchestrated this latest attack? A handful by comparison. The math says it should not be happening, but it is because human apathy, acquiescence, silent compliance, and divide and rule allow it to happen. Indifference, cowardly. It all works hand in hand. It really is. It's probably like a bell curve, you know, like a bell curve. You have the extremes, and then the majority in the middle. You have like the bell curve of like, you know, the few good, few bad, but it's too much indifference and cowardness in the middle. So, you know, wickedness wins out in the end. Oh, that don't look that bad. I mean, I get it, it's bad, but that was like a good show and tell moment. That could have been like a house fire or something. The video of the me kissing the muscle, hey, it's pretty good. That's pretty. I might use some AI for my next music video. To be honest with you, like I think a mix of like real footage and like AI could make some interesting stuff, bro. Oh, this
a first-time caucus voter, Corporal Jesse Thorson, who is 28 years old, and you are active duty U.S. Army. Why did you vote for Ron Paul?
Well, I'm really excited about a lot of his ideas, especially when it comes to bringing the soldiers home. I've been serving for 10 years now, and all 10 years of those have been during wartime. I'd like to see a little peacetime Army, and I think he has the right idea.
Now, you have done 2 tours in Afghanistan. You told me you're going to go back for a third tour. I mean, if you can see your neck right there, what you have on your tattoo, 9/11, remember, and a picture of the Twin Towers. You know, some Republicans out there have been saying that Ron Paul would be very dangerous for this country because he wants to bring troops like you back from your post from all over the world.
Well, I think it would be even more dangerous to start nitpicking wars with other countries. Someone like Iran, Israel is more than capable of.
All right, we just lost our tech connection, unfortunately.
And we have
Hold on. Dude, did you see that? In 2012, a U.S. soldier told CNN that Israel should fight its own war against Iran. Watch what. You saw how it got distorted, like right before he said it? Nah, bro. Ain't no way. Nah, bro. Hold up.
Well, I think it would be even more dangerous to start nitpicking wars with other countries. Someone like Iran, Israel is more than capable of.
All right, we just lost our tech connection.
And you know what's funny? It doesn't sound like he was saying something against Israel. I think he was about to say Israel is more than capable of defending itself. Like, I don't think he was gonna say, oh, like what they say now, right? Israel is obviously not liked by quite a few people. But I don't even think he was gonna say something crazy. I think he was just saying, no, we don't want war with Iran. I think Israel can defend itself. That's actually high praise. That's like, y'all good, bro. That's funny, dog. That can't be real. Let me check. Can anybody disprove this shit? They were overseas fighting for your freedom. How did my freedom get over there? Oh, that's funny. Y'all funny. Ron Paul, let him speak. Wait, hold up. Do we got the full?
Ideas, especially.
Been saying that Ron Paul would be very dangerous to the world.
Well, I think it would be even more dangerous to start nitpicking wars with other countries. Someone like Iran, Israel is more than capable of.
All right, we just lost our tech connection.
They may have met him because he's been around here. He would come out.
That was real. Shit. Oh man. But you see he had the 9/11 tattoo. You see how it's all connected? 9/11 was such a big event. This guy got it tattooed on his neck. Going to the third tour. He going back to Afghanistan knowing that the escalation of these wars is a bad thing. wait, what the fuck? I showed my wife this clip and she said, well, it was a technical difficulties. What can you say? Oh, women. You gotta love women. Women are cool. So naive. While Trump is attacking Iran, this is what Los Angeles looks like. I mean, come on now. You cherry picking a little bit. This is bad, though. This is bad. But it ain't like, look, that's not the whole Los Angeles. Let's be honest, man. Lord. You can make an entire song and video out of AI. I know I've kind of tinkered with different, like playing with these like AI that can make music and stuff. Now, of course, I'm a purist, for the most part. But I think one of the coolest things that you can do with AI, you know how you hunt for samples and shit, but of course you got issues like clearing samples. Like, check this. You could get AI to make samples. So let's say you want to make like a boom bap beat with like a jazz sound to it, like one of those Tribe Called Quest like beats. Use AI to generate a jazz type, like a quick, maybe like a 12, 15, 14 second jazz groove, and then sample that into your hip hop beat. Bro, I'm telling you, AI, if you know how to use it, man, it can work miracles for real, bro. AI can probably make a better song than you if you input your voice on. Oh, I'm sure. Definitely. Ain't no probably, it's sure. But it's not, you don't get the satisfaction out of that. I can enjoy it, but you don't get the satisfaction of, making it yourself has a certain satisfaction to it. But from let's say a marketing, money-making perspective, you're on the mark there though. Let's say, for example, right? Let's say I make, like what you're saying, I make an AI album. I make it, let it know, look, y'all, this my voice, the AI did the lyrics, all that, and check it out, but maybe sell it, whatever, what I'm saying. But there's value. I know I know it doesn't sound purist of me, but I think as long as you know where that separation is at, that's what's important. I'm not so egotistical to feel bad that AI can outdo me in my own game, you know. But I think that regardless, even with that, um, in a sense, people would appreciate what I do more, like still because it's AI. It's kind of like I heard somebody made a Tupac AI album. It was good. It was good, bro. But it's good in the sense that it's fascinating. It's not outclassing or undermining what Tupac actually did, but it is impressive. There was one song on that bitch. It had Nate Dogg up there, like it had AI Nate Dogg. But yeah, you 100% right. I saw I was on EX Hentai and I saw this artist who used AI, and so before he did his own stuff, right? It was kind of like it was kind of meh. He started blending AI with his, elevated, boom, took him to the top instantly. So yeah, I'm telling you, like, I'm not gonna be one of those guys that's like, nah, man, fuck the AI. Like, in the future, don't be surprised if you hear me put out an AI Chad Marco album, bro. But the thing with me, I want that separation. Like, I would let you guys know, hey, this was AI. This is like, check this out. This is cool, right? Like, but this is what I made. Now, let's say it got to a point where people wanted more AI Chad than real Chad. If I can profit from it, shit. I mean, it's unfortunate in a way, but if I could profit from it, then shit, man, I can live with it. Okay, ain't gonna lie, I can live with it. That man on that 2012 news report no longer alive, mostly. Either because of saying too much or just going to Afghanistan too many damn times. 3 tours? Damn. Woman cutting her birthday cake in Iran 1973, 5 years before the Islamic Revolution. Oh yeah, people oftentimes point to the fact that in Iran the women had more freedom to like dress and look how they wanted to. You see a lot of pictures like these pop up. Iran has responded to U.S. attacks by launching multiple retaliatory strikes on U.S. facilities. Damn. Oh, Gaza City 2023, Gaza City 2026. Damn. I'm watching Gotcha Kuta right now. That's what the pit looks like. Like real shit. When he fall to the, like, from the sphere to the pit, it looked just like this, bruh. Hey, Thomas Massey. Why you get a great check mark? I am opposed to this war. This is not America first. When Congress reconvenes, I will work with Rep Ro-Khanna to force a congressional vote on war with Iran. The Constitution requires a vote, and your representative needs to be on record as opposing or supporting this war. So that's something else people have been bringing up. This war is not even damn constitutional. I don't know the exact laws. I've just seen that come up. Remember 37 trillion debt, Epstein list, COVID accountability, no new wars. God, these pictures are always kind of funny. Look, YouTube, I'm on X. I ain't post this. I'm just we just scrolling through, man. You don't have to tell the consumer it's AI. something would give. I think it would give it away. Something would give it away. At least now, it's AI isn't good enough to. Nah, I don't think it's good enough to slide under the radar like that. I don't think it's good. Like if you're a known artist, if you completely I think your audience is gonna pick up on something. Outsiders maybe not, but I think your audience gonna be like, hmm. The war is not meant to be won. It is meant to be continuous. If you read 1984, there's a part where they're talking about the wars that the various countries in that world engage in, and that's one of the topics that's talked about is how wars is not for winning. It serves different purposes. It's culling up the people, keeping the people confused, stressed, afraid, things like that. War serves different purposes, not just winning and taking land. It's like in a sense, in the world of 1984, war is a control mechanism of the elites of the party. They can send people off to die. They can bomb their own cities, kill people, keep people afraid, keep them dependent on the government, things like that. God, bro, you guys remember this? Y'all remember this era? It didn't last long, but I remember this, the pro peace. Like, this is so funny now, looking back, bro. Like, God, it's unbelievable. Like, hey, look, he ain't even believe it. Look at his face. Look at Trump in this picture, bro. He like, y'all don't even know. Y'all, if only y'all knew. I don't know. Like, I'm not even mad at Trump. I don't like him, obviously, but I ain't even mad at him. Cause it's beyond Trump. Like, these are powers and agendas that are beyond Trump, Vance, These guys just sign on. They just sign on to be the face of it, but it's beyond them. These, if you really think about it, 'cause I think a lot of people are going to look at this and say, "Oh, fuck Trump," this and that. And yeah, you could say fuck Trump, but it's the same shit, different toilet. Yeah, it's the same shit, just a different toilet. That's all, bro. They took the shit out of one toilet and put it in another one. They said, "Donald Trump, you want to hold these turds?" He said, "All right, man. How much money I'm gonna get?" That's that face right there. How much money I'm gonna get, bro? See, Vance, he young. He younger, so he excited about it. He like, yeah, we get me some money and get some power. Man. Trump, he just like, man, I done seen it all. I've seen it all, man. Hey, it's Kirk.
That's a question. I mean, maybe the answer is yes. Maybe the answer is, to be honest, this is more Israel pushing for Iran. But is that America's problem? That's a question. I mean, maybe the answer is yes. Maybe the answer is, you know what? They were wrong about Iraq. They were wrong about Syria. They were wrong about Afghanistan. They were wrong about the Taliban. They were wrong about Libya. They were wrong about the Arab Spring. They were wrong about Yemen. They were wrong about the Arabian Peninsula. They were wrong about the 9/11 hijackers being Saudi Arabian. But hey, 10th time's a charm. This time we're actually right. Yeah, you're going to have to earn our trust on this one. To be honest, this is more Israel pushing for Iran. But is that America's problem? That's a question. I mean,
I like this clip, and look at Kurt right here, right? Look at how he frames it.
That's a question. I mean, maybe the answer is yes. Maybe.
Right? I'm not poking fun, but that's that cognitive dissonance. That's when you know the answer, but you can't say it. He knows. Like, you see what he just did? He's step by step just listed every conflict that America got involved in that resulted, right? And Hellbreaker, I'm glad you're back because you were the main one talking shit about America and how they swoop in and they're the heroes. Charlie Kirk here did a much better job than me listing all the places that America got involved in and fucked up and made worse.
The answer is, you know what? They were wrong about Iraq. They were wrong about Syria. They were wrong about Afghanistan. They were wrong about the Taliban. They were wrong about Libya. They were wrong about the Arab Spring. They were wrong about Yemen. They were wrong about the Arabian Peninsula. They were wrong about the 9/11 hijackers being Saudi Arabian. But hey, 10 times the charm.
Yep. But this time. And that was the point that I've been making. Right, it's the Middle East has been a domino of toppling regimes and resulting in more chaos. That's the concern here. It's not to say that Iran is this peaceful, stable country ruled by the righteous Muslims. It's just that when America gets involved, shit gets worse. That's the problem. You'd almost just rather let them sort it out themselves, as opposed to America getting involved and making shit worse. That's what the concern is. But like I said, what's interesting about the clip, you can see with Charlie, bro, like that he split. Like and it's quick because he listed it off the top of the head like that. Smart guy. He knows all this shit. But when you reach that point where you have to connect Israel's interests with Iran and America, ooh, right? Like, and you can see it the way that little stutter. That's that cognitive dissonance. That's that split right there, man. That personality split. Like, I know what it is, but I can't really say it.
Yes, maybe the answer is, you know what? They were wrong about Iraq. They were, maybe the answer is yes. Maybe.
Right? He know the answer ain't yes. He know. But he got to say that. He has to say that because he was on that wave. He was on that train, so he can't go completely against. It's just funny to me because he knows. He knew, but he couldn't say it. He couldn't say it outright. You don't got to tell me the moment you start dropping real bangers, I'm going to know it's AI. Tyrone always talking shit. Damn. Always got to stay on my head. I'm trying my best here, Tyrone. AI already replaced Tupac with an AI hologram concert years ago before AI was recognized by I remember that when they had the hologram on stage and they had the Eazy-E one and shit like that. But again, I wouldn't say it replaced. I'm not gonna say it. Nah, it didn't replace him. But I look at it as like it's cool. See, this is the problem with AI. This is the difference. This is the difference between AI. This is what you and I have that AI doesn't have. AI can outperform us in a lot of things. Like, don't let ego get in the way. Tyrone is talking shit here, but he is right as far as like AI could wrap circles around me today. Right? AI Chad Marco would probably murder me in a rap battle or whatever. Like, I'll fine. But what makes a human being different, what AI doesn't have, AI can't rally people and set trends the way that a real person does. That's kind of the issue there. Until AI, now I will say this. This is the thing, right? If you have AI that people don't know is AI, it could do that. Look, like, think about it. What if I was AI? Right now, I'm not AI, by the way. But if when AI gets to that point where you have like, you can have a full personality and a presented lifestyle, things like that, but it's all fake, then that's when what I'm saying is wrong. But as of yet, the main difference between AI and the actual person, AI can't serve as a leader that people are going to fall behind. AI at best is almost like a really good jester. Right, it's really good at entertaining you, at being fascinating, but you're not gonna follow it because it's mimicking. So the AI Tupac album is fascinating to listen to, but the AI Tupac album isn't going on the Tupac adventures. The AI Tupac hologram is not getting shot at Quad Studios and putting his middle fingers up to the cameras. The AI Tupac is not shooting at police officers thinking they're killing a guy and getting off with shooting. The AI Tupac isn't giving speeches and motivating black men and shit like that, right? Like serving as an example or trying to serve. You know, he's a very conflicted individual, but a lot of people look up to Tupac. That's the point. That's the difference between AI and a real person. AI can outperform people in a lot of different areas, but AI hasn't reached the point where it can stand as a leader of people. But it's not impossible. That's the scary part about that. To me, I think that's the final frontier. When AI can be it's like from time to time I get emails from people that say, man, like I was in a dark place. Your videos helped me. Like, no shit. Like, you helped me get out of depression. This one guy emailed me and said that my video about having a small dick was like very like therapeutic and like helpful to him for real. Like as a black man with a small dick, hearing my positive take on it and my perspective, it helped him. Right. So like that's with me, it's not just the music I make, it's the person I am. Right. That's what differentiates the AI from an actual person. But like I said, it's not impossible. I think we're going to get there too. It's going to get to a point where AI could get so good that everything that I've done could be mimicked by AI. Now, the real life adventures wouldn't be there, but the presentation of on the screen of motivating, like if you guys did, like, let's say I was an AI, right? And you guys didn't know it. I could motivate you. I could inspire you. I could influence you. To me, that's that next level. And I think it's coming, but we're not quite there yet. I don't think we're quite at that point yet. If you're gonna be an artist, these are probably the last years of like common artists. You would have to be like Michael Jackson great going into the future to compete with AI. Does the AI attempt to influence people online? Isn't that trend setting? Somewhat, but it's not comparable to what humans do. That's like, cause like the adventures, the real life, like making moves in real life is not there. That's kind of the issue. It's limited. Like a human being, I can, like, for instance, Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk wasn't just a face online. He went to real college campuses and was in real life, touching people, talking to people, this and that. Like as a person, you can do something that affects reality with your AI can only influence. AI can't do by itself. It has to influence you. So there's a limiting factor there, right? Me as a person, I can go out and touch the world. I can do something. I could create something. I could destroy something. AI can only influence you to create or destroy, which is power in of itself. But like I said, it's a limit there. But I think that still going forward, that power is going to increase. I don't think it's like we're safe from that. But that's the advantage of being a human creator, is that you can be a leader. Like, think about it. What you can list all the ways AI can outperform like many humans in music, in art, in data management, data analysts, lots of shit. But how many AI is outperforming people in terms of being a leader, in terms of being young people? I want to be like him. Young people look at Anthony Edwards or LeBron James or Stephen Curry. I want to be like him. They look at Travis Scott. They look at Drake. I want to be like him. What AI and people looking at? I want to be like the AI. Nobody. That's the power level gap. That's the gap. But it's like I said, it's not impossible to bridge that gap. I'm just saying that's the big gap right now. There ain't no AI that you guys looking at like I want to be that AI. I want to be like, because he's not a person. He's not an actual person. If you find a video of me fornicating with your homegirl Iris, just know that is not me AI. I really did that. Tyrone, let us know. Shit, where you at? You in Canada? Shit, spill the tea. Damn, no, I'm playing. If that's her business. I ain't, that's y'all business. Y'all good. Aren't the AI only fan content creators that are not real? Yeah, dude. Again, the gap is being narrowed for sure, but it ain't there yet. It's not comparable yet. AI also acts as counselors that prevent suicide. Yep, exactly, for sure. Who is this? Undead Chronic. This the real Undead Chronic? To remix Herbivore Male with for me. I'll pay you stacks, well, maybe half a stack. LOL. Hey, yeah. Look, email me. Hey, look, you pay me half a stack, I'll do 3 songs with you, nigga. Email me at chadmarco@live.com and we'll negotiate. What else you want to remix? I'm broke, nigga. Hey, y'all already gave me a BJ today. Oh, come on, Bobby. Yeah, see, Tyrone trying to get in on this too. Give me. But look, Undead Chronic, he don't want the AI Chad Marco. The AI Chad Marco ain't the real thing. He won't. Cause see, it ain't just the song is why he won it. It's because Chad Marco was a person. That's the thing. It ain't just the sonics, the AI, man. It's like you could have like an AI Michael Jackson that's really good, but how many people like big artists are gonna work with who wanna work with AI Michael Jackson compared to like the real Michael? In fact, if Michael Jackson was alive today, would you pick AI Mike over real Mike? Nah, you wouldn't. Would you pick AI Travis Scott over real Travis Scott? Like, it's completely different. It's legacy. It's the realness of it. It's the experience of it. To say like, oh, I did. It's like people tell stories of like I heard Warren G tell stories of meeting Michael Jackson in like studios and saying like, man, Mike was way different in real life. Like he talked like a regular nigga. Like all that, again, that's what people want. They want those experiences. They want that person. The AI is just it's still at the point. It's at the fascination stage, I beat my eggplant to some AI already. I did too. Initially, I was excited about AI porn, and then the first wave of it was really slop. It was not good. But recently, I've been more into it. It's getting good, bro. I'm not gonna lie. AI hentai, especially. I'm not sure about AI like 3D, the stuff that's supposed to look real. I'm not with that so far, but the hentai is good. I was playing this H game, and I had no idea that it was a lot. Most of the art was created by AI, and it was really good because the art and the scenes had motion to them. Which is kind of rare in like Ace game, like cheap Ace games made by otakus and perverts in their basements. But I didn't find out that the art was AI till later when I went to the forums that were talking about the game. I was like, dude, I was just gooning to AI. I think that was the first time I ever really seriously gooned to AI. I was like, oh shit. That's when I knew it was here. I was like, it's time, bro. I wouldn't be surprised if everything we watched on TV was AI. I only met a handful of celebrities in real life. I never touched them to know if they were real or not. Who did you meet in real life, Tyrone? Who did you meet in real life? I don't think I ever saw a celebrity in real life. I don't think so. I don't think so. I knew a guy who saw Soldier Boy. I knew a guy who saw that's funny. I knew a guy. I knew a guy who saw Soldier Boy. I thought it was so funny because this dude, I'm not trying to pick on him, but he was like a local rapper, and it's like he took video footage of Soldier Boy getting on the bus, and he uploaded it, and I don't know, it was just crazy to me because like he was doing it like he was saying like, look how close I got to Soldier Boy, but it's like Soldier Boy won't even. This was years ago too, by the way, when Soldier Boy was at like his peak. And I was like, it was just funny to me because he was acting like it meant something that you were around Soldier Boy getting on a bus or some shit. Like, bro, like, were you kicking it with him? Like, there was another rapper, a local rapper, who was in the studio with, I think, Young LA, or I forgot his name. One of those guys, ACL guy. But he was actually in the studio with him, like, for real. So that was cool. That was legitimately cool. All right, so I'm tired of Iran. I'm looking at some of these fun topics now. Jim Carrey's Caesar Award appearance fuels clone theories. What do you guys think? What do we got? Cloned or bogged? Clone or bogged? AI doesn't have legacies and family. AI does not have black exist fandom and white exist killing on camera. They could again create that illusion though. I think like what Tyrone said is interesting. Like everything we watched on TV was AI. Like government, like a lot of this technology gets like leaked out, like or drip fed to us. Anything that we have as civilians, it's safe to say that the government has a much more advanced version of it. We don't have what they have. That's the problem with that. They're obviously going to have like much more advanced stuff than we do. But now I don't think everything we saw on TV was necessarily AI. But again, it's something to think about. I think that's deep conspiracy. That's scary deep conspiracy though. That's too scary too. I don't even want to think about that shit. Hold up.
Carrey is left-handed, and he himself has confirmed this in interviews. Whether writing or sign his autograph, there are 3 details that suggest he's not the real Jim Carrey. First, he used his right hand to sign autographs for fans, but it's well known that the real Jim Carrey is left-handed, and he himself has confirmed this in interviews. Whether writing or casually holding things in public, Jim Carrey always uses his left hand, as it's an ingrained habit. The impersonator might have learned the appearance, but overlooked this small detail. Secondly, his appearance is drastically different from Jim Carrey's. The real Jim Carrey has his signature neat, short hair with a relaxed facial structure that exudes energy, even without exaggerated expressions. This person, on the other hand, has messy long hair that doesn't suit him, a stiff, unnatural face, lacks his signature facial contours, and even appears abnormally puffy. There's no trace of Jim Carrey. Lastly, his pupil color is very different from Jim Carrey's. Jim's eyes are deep brown with a distinct clarity in any lighting condition, which is a natural, identifiable feature of his. This person's eyes, however, are blue and identifiable.
Look at young Jim Carrey, man. Like he was pretty good looking. I'm so used to like old Jim Carrey. He's been old for a while now. But you forget Jim Carrey was like huge in the 90s. But look at he was so handsome. Dang, he looks matched for sure.
Identifiable feature of his. This person's eyes, however, are blue, and under the strong stage lights, they even have an unnaturally translucent quality. This is one of the hardest traits for an impersonator to fake.
Yo, that's actually pretty crazy. Like, I don't know about the left hand shit. Fact check. Hey, chat, fact check that. But that's crazy. Because, look, I thought he just got bogged. These celebrities, they get older. They start getting plastic surgeries, things like that. But what if he did get cloned? Like, that, notice, like, his face, like, the puffiness, it looks a lot like Joe Biden. Like, you remember, like, how Joe Biden out of nowhere had, like, that same puffy face? Now, see, I always thought that was just like face filler, facelifts and stuff like that. Cause, you know, when people get these cosmetic procedures to look younger or to get rid of like wrinkles and aging signs, they end up looking kind of unnatural like that. And, you know, again, Jim Carrey getting pretty old and, you know, very wrinkled and things like that. So I wouldn't be surprised if he had some work done, but it is kind of interesting, like the whole left hand, right hand thing. It is odd though, because I don't is because I used to always think, oh, they got bogged, right? Just bad plastic surgery. But there is a certain unnaturalness to like his face for real, like even beyond just regular bogging. Actually met plenty of celebs, even basketball players, rappers and shit, but it doesn't mean much if you don't speak to them. Yeah, you just looking at them. I've seen one of the dudes that worked for 106 in Park, Steve Aoki, T.I., Ice-T. I swear to God, I'm not lying. This dude, T.I., has a bunch of tall, big bodyguards. T.I. is short. I bumped into him. Then his security shoved me, and T.I. said, hey, y'all got some chicken wings over here. Oh, damn.
Sign his autograph?
That's not surprising though. You know, T.I., his background, you know, he pretty rough, you know, kind of a street background. So not surprised he got to have some stiff security, because he probably not fears for his life, but you know, when you come from the streets like that, have that image, you got to have some good protection. Of course, Jim Carrey was cloned. How do you think they filmed this? Oh, don't even. Does anybody have like some, like, what's the most recent picture of him before? Wait, this is him on February 14th? Nah, bro. Nah, that's him on February 4th. That's half a month ago. I mean, yeah, he could have just got the procedures, but nah, like, this doesn't look like a man that's insecure about his aging, bro. That doesn't look at. He looks happy, and he's aging. He looks good for his age. I mean, shit, he ain't 25, so that's weird, bro. I ain't even gonna lie, that is weird. February 17th. Dude, February just ended yesterday. Come on, bro. Is this true? Grok. No, this is okay. This is old footage of young Jim Carrey from a 90s. Son of a bitch. But Grok might be wrong. Not this year. Well, okay, Jim Carrey made Late Night. When was this?
Folks, my first guest tonight is the star of...
Wait.
And now, my first guest tonight is the star of Sonic the Hedgehog and...
So wait, it's not that long ago, because this was when the Sonic movie came out. So this could, this was like... If this is when the Sonic movie came out... So when did this video get published? This was 6 years ago. All right, it's possible. All right, no, conspiracy, no. 6 years, that's plenty of time. Nah. See, people be fucking lying. Man, kiss my 6 years. That's plenty of time to get bogged, nigga.
If I don't see you, good morning, good day, or whatever, I think this place is fake.
Man, you can't believe nobody on X, bro. That's why you gotta be a fact checker. You gotta fact check. 6 years is enough time to get bogged. What do you guys think? You think is bogged or just got older? I mean, bogged or cloned? My bad. Bogged. Is this a bogging or cloning? I love that. I'm gonna say bog at least 10 more times tonight. Is a bog or clone? Steve Aoki was a low tier celebrity back then. Now I see this dude streaming Call of Duty Warzone on Twitch. Who is Steve Aoki? Back from my night walk, and damn, Chad's still going. I mean, it's only been 3 hours and 20 minutes. I started at 10, so. Shia LaBeouf been a while now. Oh, Michael B. Jordan. Michael dedicating his award to Chadwick. I'm gonna sob. That's his brother forever.
Whew, what's up, y'all? Y'all really don't understand how much this means to me. Being here, I used to come here when I was a kid, when I was about 15 years old, sneaking in through the back as best I could, and I always loved being here, man. It's felt like a reunion of sorts, you know, being from New Jersey and coming out here during the summers and this is a place where I always felt encouraged. I always felt like I was being celebrated and nourished. You guys poured into me. Even small successes, even when I was a kid, you told me it was okay to keep going because I felt seen here. I felt comfortable. I felt the love. And that's why I love being here, and I love you guys, man, so much. And I was thinking about lead actor, you know, and I was thinking about what lead actor meant to me. And honestly, I got to dedicate this award to Chadwick Boseman because as my brother, our time here on this planet is short. I was watching the memoriam and seeing how fast these careers go by and people's lives go by and what we do while we're here on Earth. And that's why I want to be here and be present with you guys as much as possible. So thank you. Thank you to my team. Thank you to my mom. Thank you to my dad, my brother, my sister. You guys make me who I am, and you push me to keep going and keep being solid as best I could. And yeah, I just want to thank the NAACP. I want to thank, man, I love being black. I love y'all.
That was good. Like, you know what I like about that speech? You could tell that came from the heart. You could tell that came from the heart. It might have been a little sappy, but like I like it because that was very genuine. You could tell everything that he said was from the heart. That was genuine, and that he feels good being there. I like that a lot. You know, I really like that Sinners movie. I did a review of it. It could have been better. Ain't like it had. You know, I did talk about some of the. I remember when I watched that movie, what I didn't like was like the whole idea that they had to invite the vampires into the juke joint, and like it just made the situation kind of silly because it was like as long as you don't invite them in, y'all good. And so it took somebody inviting them in, you know, out of anger to for shit to really pop off. I just thought it kind of messed with the circumstances of the movie a bit, you know, because to me it's scarier if you gotta just board up the windows and the doors and vampires breaking in. But if they can't come in without you inviting them, it takes the pressure off. Like, look, I'm gonna just go to sleep then. Let me fall back. That's cool though. I appreciate that. Shia LaBeouf always lurking in the shadows. Should I click on the Shia LaBeouf thing? Oh my god. Let's go. Let's do it.
Bible. I know what the Bible. I'm open to whatever. If somebody's got more information on the subject, then let me know. I know I'm deep off into the Bible. I know what the Bible says
about
homosexuality.
What does it say?
Nah.
That's what it says?
Yeah.
But wasn't that written a really long time ago?
Bro, you can do whatever you want with the text. It's not my business. You know what I mean? I'm a traditional Catholic. That's okay.
And what's the difference between a traditional Catholic and, let's say, a more progressive Christian?
I really with the Bible. I'm open to whatever.
I feel like that was clipped and cut. Like, oh my! I feel like that was kind of cut up a little bit. Like, I get, like, I'm sure, like, he meant what he said, but I feel like it was the way it edited kind of made it kind of funny the way he said it. Charlotte is one of a kind though, for real, bro. He's one of a kind. My God, I remember that video of him. He's saying, go for your dreams. Just do it. Just do it.
Bunch of pictures like I'm a golden retriever or a governor or something like that because I like what it does for people's lives. I remember trying to get Mike Piazza's autograph, motherfucker. You know what I mean? For my whole life, Mike Piazza.
Were you waiting outside the fence?
Every day, this guy, bro. We used to go to these Dodger games. Big Brothers program used to give these tickets out. You go fucking Dodger game. Me and all of them dudes would be sitting in the parking lot. Brent Butler always signed. Hideo Nomo always signed. Mike Piazza.
Just a cold heart.
Mike Piazza, you're a bitch, bro.
How many times do you think he rejected signing up?
Every day, bro. I used to go out there 90 times probably. Rejected me 90 times. So what it did was, I'm going to sign them all. So when I got on, it was like, yo, fuck Mike Piazza.
So you don't turn down any pictures?
Never. Never, ever. Not unless I'm with my kid or I'm eating some food or I'm chasing some ass.
Because you feel like you're helping people, validating.
Yeah, what did God do it for? Why did he do it? Why did he do this to me? You know what I mean? What?
Bruh, I knew Shia was weird, but this interview, it's really showing how weird he on that. I'm a weird guy, and I know you weird when I feel normal around you. That's weird for me because I'm. I make people feel different, right? And it's crazy. It's just when you meet someone that's weirder to you, cause I've had that. I remember when I was at GalaxyCon, there were a few people and I was like, this guy, he on a different level. He on a different part of the spectrum. That's always funny for me, man. Oh, let's get this one.
I want to say shit.
Really?
Nah. Bro, I kiss him. I kiss him. I kiss his feet. No one say nothing. Chill out with these questions, Andrew.
My bad. I didn't know it was going to make you emotional.
I'm a real Catholic, bro. A real one.
I just thought you had thought about it.
No, I'm a real one, bro.
I want to believe. It's something.
Well, hey, bro, you got to hit your head into the wall hard enough where you just go, fuck it. It's the only way, dog.
That's how you find God?
Yep, for me. For the hard-headed ones, yeah, you got to go hard.
What do you think was the real-life equivalent of you smashing your head on the wall?
I put a gun in my mouth. I was ready to kill myself, blow my brains out, writing letters. Yeah,
Wow.
Dark days. For real, gone. I'm ready to go.
Why didn't you do it?
Why didn't I do it? Because I'm pussy and also my mom. So God bless her. She kept me alive that night. And also some dude, I've said it already, but there was a dude who hit me up, this guy from the program. I used to save all the numbers in my phone, Joey AA, Bobby AA, Tommy AA. And there was a cat who hit me up that night. I was ready to go. And he hit me up. He said, hey, what are you doing? Or something like that. And then I was like, trying to explain myself, bro, fuck this, I'm out of here. Fuck life, I can't take it no more. I just lost my girlfriend. She's walking out the door. My wife didn't know. The ex is fucking suing. It's all just shit. I can't wrap my head around it all. I'm out of here, bro. And he's like, oh yeah, cool, tell me about it in the morning. And I thought, you motherfucking insensitive piece of shit. And he bought me the night. I was so angry, I needed to talk to him in the morning. Sometimes that'll save you. Sometimes just being fucking sometimes madness, rage will save you from really scary stuff. I don't know. I'm not in charge. God's running the shit. I just try my best, and I'm not refined, and I'm one of them dirty Christians.
Damn. God, man. I didn't know Shia was going through it like that, bro. I knew he was kind of different, living a wild. So somewhat, I didn't know he was like that though. I mean, no disrespect to religious people. And I think that in this crazy world that we have, bro, whatever you find that gives you peace or motivation, I mean, good on you. I have no, even though I'll be classified as an atheist or agnostic, I can't talk shit to anybody about what inspires them. I get inspired by anime. Watching Gurren Lagann made me want to, inspired me to be better. inspired me to believe in myself and let my drill pierce to heaven. But one thing I've noticed though is like, to me, it seems like some of the most like hardcore like Christian believer people, like they seem to be some of the most unhinged motherfuckers, right? It's kind of like when you look at that boxer. What was his name? What's his name? Ryan Garcia. He's one of them too. Like he always talking about Jesus and faith and this, the Bible, but then he's an alcoholic. He goes on these racist rants, and he got popped for PEDs during after the what's that guy's name? Devin Haney fight. Again, no offense, but I don't know what, it's just crazy to me. I feel like atheists, we get such a bad reputation as like the degenerates of the world. But I swear time and time again, it seems like the ones who are like have the most faith tend to be like way more wild, like they gotta really go through some crazy shit to fight. It's like they really need that. They really need like the sturdiness and stability of religion to kind of keep them grounded. And again, I'm not shitting on anybody's faith or belief. It's just something that I've noticed, bro. Because I just feel like atheists get a reputation about certain things. It's like when people say, oh, the problem with modern society is that, there's no church in the school. There's no God in the school. People left the church. And I'm like, bro, no matter what part of history you look at, whether it was the most religious or least, like, bro, shit was always fucked up. Like, even during times where people were more religious, there was more God, more belief, you still had wars. In a lot of ways, things were worse. You had more discrimination. You had slavery practice in damn near half the countries. It was a lot of crazy shit. So I don't get some of these religious narratives about how, lack of religion is the problem, because we look at where we are today, but then you look at the past, it's like, even if you want to go back and look at like conservative 30s, 50s, 60s America, whatever, you still had what? World War I, you had World War II, you had the Korean War, you had Vietnam, you had Jim Crow, you had discrimination against women, discrimination against minorities, you had all types of problems. So that's just something that I always noted. I feel like atheists get blamed for a lot of shit that ain't got nothing to do with us. They got shit. Like I said, people are bad, indifferent, cowardly, religious or not. Because I think that the thing about religion, and even myself, I think I have to give credence to religion because I was raised in a religious household. And it'll be wrong for me to say that it didn't rub off on me, at least a little bit. I think some of my conservative ways regarding sex, I think that stems from my upbringing. Born in a Jehovah's Witness household. So again, even it rubbed off on me somewhat. I'm sure I benefited from religion in one way or another, even though I never subscribed to, the actual text and the belief itself. But to me, it just is. Again, people are people. It's hard to live up to the standard that's set by the text in religious books, but it's hard. It's just because people are still people. I'm sure Shia is trying his goddamn best, bro. But he's human. That's the thing. We're all just human, bro. So it's like when people say, "Oh, religion is the answer," here's a guy that's neck deep in the Bible and getting in the fight, chasing ass, him and Mardi Gras. People are people, man. It's just hard to do the right thing sometimes, whether you believe or you don't. But it's good that at the very least, it's kept him anchored to life. He got a fighting chance to overcome whatever problems he has.
If that's homophobic, then I think set off that anger. I mean, boy, I haven't experienced it for a while, but I'll be honest with you, big gay people are scary to me.
What do you mean?
When I'm like standing by myself and 3 gay dudes are next to me touching my leg, I get scared.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry. If that's homophobic, then I'm that.
Yeah. Does that happen a lot?
No, it just happened one time.
Recently?
Well, that's why I got arrested.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So you were sort of being groped and surrounded.
I'm not gonna say that because my lawyer said, "Oh fuck, dude."
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. We can back up.
I am wrong for touching anyone ever, and that's the end of my statement on this whole shit.
Sounds good.
Cool.
Moving back to like what kind of things would set off that Napoleon complex?
Being challenged, my masculinity being challenged, somebody touching my girl, or touching my kid, or, you know, I'm good with gay. Be gay over there, though. Don't be gay in my lap.
So you feel like when things that you feel that you possess in a way are challenged, like your girl, your kid, if someone gets in the way of what they want to do.
Yeah, if somebody, there's personal space type stuff, you know, which gets weird it's Mardi Gras. That's why, bro, I was drunk and it's Mardi Gras. So everything I'm saying is nonsense. It's Mardi Gras, you know?
But it sounds like this complex is maybe something that you noticed for a long time.
I mean, maybe, bro. I mean, my dad was raped by his cousin, so he was in my ear all the time. I don't know, maybe I am. Who the fuck knows, bro? I'm open to whatever somebody wants to say. It didn't feel like that when it happened. Look, and this is the worst thing to say, and I'm not gonna say it. I never had no problem with gay people, never. I remember paying for people's like transition surgery when I was fucking around the internet heavy. I've never been adversarial towards it, you know what I mean?
Yeah, you don't seem like a homophobic guy.
No, but I don't know, I'm open to whatever. If somebody's got more information on the subject, then, you know, let me know. I know I'm fucking deep off into the Bible. I know what the Bible.
You know, I think one thing, it's kind of funny that it doesn't get talked about a lot, but there are predatory gay men out there. You know, I think because we live in a time where with like, again, so much LGBT agenda and pandering, it doesn't get talked about very much, but it's a real thing. There are predatory gay men. You know, I've been hit on by gay dudes, but I was never like offended by it though. That's the thing about it. And probably because, you know, I got some zest as well. I just don't play around like that. But I was never offended by it in the moment. I just wasn't interested. But I think the weirdest situation I was in was like when I was walking one time and this dude had pulled up beside me and basically he offered me money to like take pictures, right? And of course I'm like, nah, I keep going. And that was like the weirdest one. That was the weirdest situation I ever had with a gay dude. But I've been hit on by gay dudes before, but in my experience, it was never like, it was never like offensive to me. It was just like, oh, this gay dude. Like one time I was at I was in Five Below, and you know this guy was in there, right? And I don't know, like, you know how you could just tell when somebody like you. It was kind of like immediately I got that vibe, like, oh, this a gay dude that liked me. And I remember as I was leaving, him and this girl walked up to me and he was like, me and her were just talking about how cute you are. Right? But I ain't gonna lie, bro, like I was flattered, especially because it was a girl with him. So I was like, shit. I was like, yeah, for real. I was like, well, that shit was funny, bro. I was kind of mad too though, because like, I wish that girl was, I wish it was just that girl that came up and said it though, because I don't know, like, I guess what I was supposed to do, because she was kind of cute too. I guess what I was supposed to do was to be like, to focus in on her, but he kind of led the charge. He just, like, they came up together, but he's the one that said it. And so, I don't know, I was flattered, but I just wish it was the girl that came up by herself and said it. But yeah, I don't know, like, I just don't, and me and my friend, we had a like, not an argument about it, but he was basically saying, like, if a gay dude hit on him, he gonna get rowdy about it and try to, you know, hell no, nigga, what the fuck? And I was like, bro, like, I like, I don't feel threatened by it, you know, like, I'm secure in who I am. I don't feel threatened by it. But the thing is, though, what Shia is saying is different from my situation, because he's saying that he's a little guy surrounded by big gay dudes touching him. Like, that's not homophobia to feel uncomfortable with that. A woman would feel the same way. Like women get uncomfortable when, guys gang up on them and touch them, and like, that's not right. That's literally like, that's not even homophobia. Like, that's actually like that's disrespect for somebody. Like, that's just for somebody to be touching on you like that, I think the problem with this situation and Shia is that some people, like, they're not sensitive to what guys got to deal with sometimes with predatory gay men. Because there are guys like, and then with him, his size, again, when this happened to me, I didn't feel that way because, like, I'm not the biggest dude, but I'm in good shape. And I think the gay dudes that hit on me were like feminine, like, limp wrists. It won't like big Tyrone Giga niggas. It was like the feminine ones. So I didn't feel like threatened or in danger or anything like that. And I'm in pretty good shape myself, but I can see, again, if he's a smaller guy, okay, Mardi Gras, you drunk. That's a hell of a combination, though. Shia hasn't been the same since HW. What's HWNDU? He will not divide us. That's what that is. Yeah. I wasn't tuned in on that, but I know what that is. I'm convinced Chad might be AI. I rarely meet any other brothers that talk like him. You must be AI or from the burbs. I was born in the projects, moved to the country, moved to the city, small city, moved back to the country, came back to the small city. I don't know. I think it's because I was raised on anime and video games. Really. You also got to take into account that Shire probably got diddled during his Disney kid days. It's a miracle he's even not. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what happened to him or what didn't. I know there was recently there was one of the Disney guys that was on Boy Meets World. I think he talked about how he had some experiences where he was told to go to hotel rooms, and then executives would come out in robes expecting to, like, basically have sex with him and things like that. I guess he was a kid or a teenager during this time, and he's claimed nothing happened. Like, he was able to avoid anything happening to him, but he said he was in those type of situations where hey, go to this hotel room, you got to have this meeting, and then it turns out it's a pedophile. And we all know Shia came up with that Disney bunch, so I don't know, but maybe again, I don't know, maybe he has some type of trauma where something happened to him. But I think this situation specifically, it doesn't sound like trauma or homophobia. I mean, I think that's drunk. I'm small, 3 gay dudes touching me. That's, to me, as a man, that's disrespectful. Like, it's one thing if you're gay, you like somebody, you shooting your shot, right? Okay. But when you start touching, like, I think you put your hand, like, to me, even if it's a woman, like, even if you're a guy hitting on a girl, like, okay, shoot your shot, but don't be touching on her and shit like that. Read the room or whatever. Sometimes guys can escalate to that, some PUA mystery shit. But in general, that's something you'll want to avoid. Like, especially for a man, you don't play that shit, bro. Like, don't ever, don't do that. Don't do that. But I think it might be because, in the gay community, shit escalates so quick. So you guys, dude, I've told you guys like a million times, like, I masturbate to tranny porn. I think people forget. Why always got to be gay ninjas? Why not a sexually predator female? Where can I find those at? They seem to be more like low key though. But it depends on, like, okay, what are we talking about as far as like female sexual predator? I don't know, because I don't know. Like I had, when I tell that story about that cashier girl that hit on me a long time ago, like she was aggressive. She was touching on my arm and shit. So take his story. He said this guy was touched on his leg. So, right. So she's in that same ballpark basically, because she came up to me and, she did the little shoulder grab and all that. So, but I mean, yeah, I just think girls operate differently, bro. But it happens though. But usually it be those ugly bitches that do shit like that. It be the ugly bitches. Chad reminiscing about booty bandits praying on it. I mean, I didn't really look at it like that though, to be honest with you. It's just like people like, I don't know, like I'm not like a lot of guys, bro, that's just like crazy about that shit. That's just like, oh man, like, it's to me, it's just people, they shoot they shot. Guys shoot they shot, girls shoot they shot. Lesbians shoot they shot, gay niggas shoot they shot. I've had girls shoot they shot at me in their own girly, subtle way. I've had guys shoot they shot. It's just they shot. They liked what they saw. And to me, as long as it's not disrespectful, I don't care, bro. Like a gay dude can come up to me and be like, hey man, like I like you. And I'm gonna reject them, but I'm just saying, it's like I'm not offended by it. It's just like she's shooting they shot. Cause it's like what, like if I like somebody, I can't tell them that I like. So it's like now is, you see, but I think what it is just that, again, for a lot of guys, it's just they not comfortable with that. So I guess that's just where it comes from. But I never been like that. It's just like they just shooting their shot. I think don't be weird and disrespectful about it. The same shit, like if you hit on a girl, don't be weird and disrespectful. Don't put your hands on her. Don't ask her to take pictures for money. But yeah, and I think also like my personality, like I get it because, I'm cute and I'm a friendly type of guy. I'm not this hard type nigga that's repellent, mean mugging. Like I'm very approachable. I'm just a very approachable person. So I think that's why I don't really take offense to it. Cause I think I know the way I am, the way I carry myself, I'm friendly and cute. So I get it. I get the appeal, to be honest. I'm like, all right. Oh, that's funny. What? We're gonna wish Shia the best. He obviously going through some shit. What's on my home? What's on my home? Oh, so I haven't heard of Sway Lee in a long time. That's the guy from Ray Shrummer. Sway Lee says he stopped believing in love when his fiance, who had just, oh, hold up, I gotta piss. I mean, I'm just saying, man, if you got shit to do, you got shit to do. People can't just expect you to, rise. It's like, you got shit to do, man. Just be like that. I don't know how to get people to understand. I don't know how to get people to understand that sometimes. Sometimes I got shit to do, man. Like I can't cater to everybody. I can't do everything for everybody, bro. Like I just can't. Sometimes you gotta shut the fuck up and sit the fuck down, man. All right, penis. It was nice talking to you. You guys ever talk to your penis? Sway Lee says he stopped believing in love when his fiance, who had just given birth to a son for him, left him a few months after their private engagement for a truck driver. I remember this story. So he had a kid before he got famous? According to Sway Lee, he couldn't understand why a woman he loved so much would just wake up one day and decide to put an end to their relationship of 3 years. And a few months after they had their son, just because she saw a truck driver who flaunted his new truck at her. Sway Lee is a millionaire in dollars while the truck driver who was smashing his baby mama was renting. Since that day, it's been very difficult for him to get into another relationship again. What do you think? I think either way, his baby mama won. Because if he became a millionaire, that means that he paying millionaire child support to her. I heard this story. I didn't know that they had a kid together, but damn, that's tough, man. That's tough. But you know, one thing I realize about girls is and you know, there's this isn't a girl's bad rant. But I just think women are inherently different. I think women are more opportunistic, basically. I think women look at relationships differently from guys. I mean, you gotta look at like one thing I always think about is how many options girls have. Like that's one thing that always kind of kept me from wanting to even play the dating game. And you gotta really understand how those options affect the perception that women have of you as a guy. You know, it's like as a man, when you have to fight and struggle and risk in order to get a woman and get into a relationship, like you got to think like, unless you're a player type dude, you laser focus in on like one girl or a few girls. And once you got something rolling, you just go in. You go in like this. I finally got a girl. Girls don't feel that way. Like girls, their perspective is like they're on a pedestal. They're the queen looking down at the peons of the men that like they're the queen on the throne as the men are the jesters coming in trying to prove their worth. And so it's like, yeah, at some point they're gonna select one of the guys, one of the jesters, or he do this good or he do that. But they really, and this might sound pessimistic, but like I think in a sense, girls really just don't appreciate or look in a way look down on men because they know that we're easily replaceable for them. You got to be a guy that's not easily replaceable to not have girls look at you like that. I don't want to put that on all women, but I just think that's kind of what happens when you have that many options. It's not women are bad. I just think they have a different perspective because of those options. It's just like it's nothing to them to get you. It's another nigga just like you, better than you. They could have got that they can have, but they selected you. But for a guy, it's like, I finally got one. Like if I got a girlfriend, I'm like, shit, got one. But for her, it's like, oh, I met this, cool weird nigga that like anime. There was another cool, weird nigga that like anime, but he didn't have a job. This one got a job, But then she found one that got a job and his own house. Then she leave me, and that's what happened with Sway Lee. That's basically what it is, man. I'm gonna have to make AI videos with you with buff men. You seem to be into that. Well, at least make it a tranny. I'm not into masculine dudes. Make it a tranny, femboy trap, something like that. Make a couple of them. Add that to the rotation. Yeah, the dudes that hit on me were all like regular, like they were like they were feminine, but they were regular guys. They weren't like traps and femboys and shit. But you know how like a regular guy can be feminine? They were like those types, Like they look like a regular dude, but when they start talking, you just like, oh, yeah, he gets banged in the butt. They were like them.
Я же уеду скоро. У вас не будет шанса узнать правильный ответ на ваши вопросы. Потом через 20 лет скажете, о, Владимир Владимирович нам тогда еще говорил, как надо было поступить.
Wait a minute.
А мы не поступили.
Wait a minute. This ain't got no subtitles? Russian politician Vladimir Zolsky, who died in 2020, warned more than... I was waiting for the subtitles to kick in. warned that the U.S. would eventually strike Iran and predicted a fallout far bigger than Washington expects. I'm the only one making predictions while everyone else stays quiet. So ask your questions now. I'll be gone soon. And you won't get another chance to hear the real answers. Then in 20 years, you'll say, you know, Mr. Zhirinovsky was already telling us back then what we should have done, and we didn't listen. So what's their plan? Occupy another bunch of Arab countries, finish off Syria, then hit Iran by force? What's the trigger here? Where is the pressure on Iran really coming from? It's under the banner of democratization by force, but in reality, it's about taking control of energy resources, because the crisis everyone talks about as being in the future is already here. The U.S. needs to weaken China. If Iran is attacked, oil goes up to 200 a barrel. China can't handle that. The EU can't either. One strike on Iran weakens both Europe and China at once. But then there's Russia. How do you weaken Russia? Iranian refugees can only go one way, and that's north. To the south is Syria, where a pro-American regime will already be in place. To the south is Iraq, where they've been fighting for years and can easily stir things up again. So north it is through Azerbaijan. I don't know how to pronounce that. That's interesting. That's interesting. Female nature, that's why you got to understand it to know the game, or else you're going to get stung by the queen bee. Yeah. You know, and that's why, you know, I put out that video why I don't hate women. You know, I try to understand them. I observe them, because I just think it's important to do that. But don't get like emotionally riled up about what they do or how they operate. I think in some ways it makes sense even. Like, that's why I don't really hate them. But like I said, like I try to understand why they look at things the way that they do, you know. And it's, you know, when you is it a woman's fault that they have that many options? It's really not. It's the way things are. You know, as a guy, if I had a lot of dating options, you know, I would definitely look at things a lot differently. Like, that's part of why women are so picky, you know. You can either love women or understand them. Yeah, that's the thing. You know, and to be fair, I think you can love and understand them at the same time. But I think the real difference is that when you understand them, like, you don't blindly love them. Like, you can love them with the understanding that they don't love me the way I want them to. Like, that's how I look at it. They don't look at me how I look at them. That's what's happening with that. They don't see what I see when I look at them. Like, I think that's kind of the problem. Like, listen, like Sway Lee said it. He couldn't I can't understand. I think the same thing happened to RZA. I heard a story about him and his girl where I can't understand why he chose her over me and this and that. You know, it's confusing, but it's confusing because we're looking at it from our frame of reference. We're looking at it from our perspective, and our perspective is very different. You know, I think, you know, in some ways, women definitely have some messed up ways about them at times, but some of it just makes sense to me. And I think a lot of it comes down to just all the options that they have, and how, like, the difference that options make is just immense, man. But that's something that a lot of guys don't really experience, you know, like, just knowing that at any moment you can have a relationship, at any moment you can have sex. Like, I remember when I was talking to the girl from the gym, that was like really cool. She was telling me about her experience with guys, and she said something interesting. Was like, and I always say this, no offense to her, I wasn't really attracted to her at first. I thought she was kind of ugly, but from our conversation, she had plenty of options. But she said that as a girl, when they have a lot of options, like, they put guys in the categories. So it's like, okay, these are the normie dudes. These are the fuck boys. These are the guys I kind of like. These are the guys I really like. These are white guys that like me, but I don't mess with white dudes. Like, so it's like, they have so many options that they just categorize men. They just put them in like I can have any one of these categories to choose from. But as a dude, we look at it like pretty much one girl at a time. Like, is this girl I'm talking to, or is that girl, or is that, because we don't have the options like that. So women, they're so swamped, they got to put dudes in boxes and shit, bro. Like, okay. And that's how they filter out so many guys at once, you know. They put you in a category of, oh, he's a nerd, boom, gone. You know, it's real quick. Oh, I saw. Who this dude? Oh, this. I remember this black dude here talking about the draft. Forget how many men gesture for women to be in relationships. Once you understand the amount of sexual access women have to men, you would view life different. Yes. Once you understand the amount of sexual access women have to men, you would view life. Yes. Tyrone, that was the best thing you said all night. That was on the money. Once you, dude, it really does. Like I look at life different. Dude, like it's this one girl that just started working at the gym, and she is like my type. Like she's mid and chubby in all the right places, right? She a mid chubby girl with a pear-shaped body, like big butt, thick thighs, ordinary face, and just my type. I'm attracted to this girl. Every time I see her, I'm like I don't show it, but I'm like, damn, that's her again. Woo. But I know because of her body type, because of how she look, I'm not the only one that feels that way. If I see that, if I feel that way, half the niggas in the gym do. And not only do they feel that way, she got access to plenty of dudes just like, you know, the fit guys in the gym and beyond, you know. So it's like, in a sense, it's crazy to think I would have a chance with a girl like that. It's damn near insanity. And that's why when you look at male dating strategy, it's really a desperation strategy, you know, cold approaching and just talking to random girls you don't know. And I'm not shaming guys for doing that. That's just what it's a desperation strategy. Because the odds are so stacked against us. Women have so much access to so many guys. Like, you got to play that game, that numbers game, to get in somewhere. You got to find like that. It's a narrow opening for you, and you got to make enough moves to get in at the right time. You know, it's kind of like trying to make a full court shot in basketball with a blindfold on. The more times you throw it, the better chance you have of it ever getting in that damn hole. But it's a desperation strategy, really.
At 39, you going to World War III. If you are 18 to 25, you are cooked. You going to World War III. If you are 26 to 39, you are still cooked. Because the age cap's at 39, you going to World War III. If you have ADHD, you are cooked. You are going to World War III. If you have diabetes, congratulations, you ain't going to World War III. If you've ever been put in a mental facility, congratulations, you are not going to World War III. If you are in college, are cooked. You going, congratulations, you ain't going to World War III. If you've ever been put in a mental facility, congratulations, you are not going to World War III.
I'm good. I'm good. I was in coastal plains for like 2 weeks.
If you are in college, I'm sorry, you are cooked. They actually want you more for the draft because they want to put you in a specialized position. You are going to World War III. If you have a master's degree, you are cooked. If you dropped out of high school, you are safe from World War III. They don't want you. If you are a felon, you are not going to World War III. Now is the best time to be a felon. If you are LGBTQ, I'm sorry, you are cooked. You are still going to World War III. Now, if you're transitioning, You are safe. You are not going to World War III. If you are your only mother's son, I am sorry. You are cooked. You are going to World War III. If you are a woman, you are only half cooked because men are required to go first, but at any time, Congress can change legislation if they need more people. If you have kids, you are going to World War III. But if you're actively pregnant, you are not going to World War III. If you have major depressive disorder or severe anxiety, you got to be able to prove, it got to be documented, or you are cooked. If it's not documented, you.
So this guy, funny video, but he full of shit. Let me tell you guys the truth about the draft. I love when people try to scaremonger people about the draft. Let me show you the big bad draft boogeyman, the reality of it, right? So look at this. Look at this, right? All right, hold on. Let me see. Okay. Okay, so hold on. I'm changing it up. How many Vietnam draft dodgers were punished? So during the Vietnam War, approximately 209,517 American men were formally charged with draft evasion, while another 360,000 were never formally charged. In total, 100,000 young Americans invaded the draft, with many settling in Canada or avoiding military service altogether. But hold up. That's not, hold up. Let me find how many were taken, fucking Bing. Give me the numbers. Here we go. Approximately 210,000 men were formally accused of draft evasion during the Vietnam War, with only 4% being convicted and 1.5% going to jail. Suck my dick, big lip black man. You Jay-Z lip motherfucker trying to scare people. The big bad draft boogeyman, bro. Like, if the reality of the draft, at least, look, it could be way different now, to be fair. But the reality of the draft, the last time we had it, was that it was a test of how stupid you were to show up. That's what it was, a test of how stupid you were to show up. That's really what it was. Out of all the draft dodgers, 1.5% were even jailed. So that's the reality of dodging the draft, bro. Like, but still, I will say this, like, in the Ukraine, it's like they got the borders on lock. Like, it's a whole different set of circumstances. I don't think civilians have firearms like we do. They can't just go across the border easily and shit like that. Like, I mean, you got to think about, like, the personnel needed to, like, track and find draft dodgers and shit. Like if you really wanted to dodge a draft, you could. That's the thing about it. It was just like, how stupid are you? Are you stupid enough to show up? Then we gonna get you. But I will, again, technology is different. Tracking people is different. Online it's a whole different thing. It's like, you remember when those guys escaped from that jail in I think Memphis or Louisiana, and how quickly they tracked them all down? There were like 2 or 3 of them that stayed on the run for like weeks and months or something like that. But most of them got caught pretty quick. Now I get different circumstances because they broke out of jail, so that's priority. And it's just a handful of them compared to thousands of American men across the country dodging the draft. And like I said, technology is crazy. Drones and facial recognition, and this different time. But the last example we have to go off of, bro, like, me personally, I would say, don't let, if we had it, do not be scared into showing up like an idiot. I would say take your chances, bro. Take your chances. That's what I would say. Take your, because if you go off of the last time it happened, you have what is it? You have a 96% chance of not getting caught. I'll take those odds over bombs in my face, over leg blown off, dick blown off, drones. I'll take that over being filmed in Iran on a drone running away, pissing myself. And motherfuckers on 4chan laughing at me. Look at Chad, look at Chad, look at Chad. He showed up. He listened to that black dude with the big lips. Sasuke, what's up, man? What's going on? I mean, you can get a girl, just don't be surprised if she's talking to other dudes. Yeah, for sure. And don't be surprised if one day she says she needs space and is hanging out with Chad and Tyrone on a yacht. Yeah, you got to understand that you're not the only one. Like, and I ain't gonna lie, bro. Like, it's so demoralizing. And maybe I feel more like that because as a guy that doesn't have options, I know all guys aren't like a lot of us, but I think most guys' options don't compare to what women have anyway. But you know, it's demoralizing because it's like it's a safe bet if you meet a girl, she's talking to other guys. Like when you meet her, she's talking to other guys. Like that's the reality of it. You know, like it's kind of like when you look at a movie like Rocky. You know, Rocky meets Adrian at the pet store, and she's just nerdy girl, and it's so funny because the girl I met at the gym that I liked, and you know we were getting along. She was an Adrian type girl, right? Like quiet, nerdy, glasses, frumpy, dumpy looking, kind of ugly, and in the movie Rocky, Adrian is no niggas, right? Rocky moved in and he put, you know, he did his little mat game on her, scooped her up, got her, right? I talked to this girl at the gym, and not only does she have a boyfriend, like she got options, like dudes at the gym want her, right? No, I'm just saying, with her level of attractiveness, you wouldn't have thought that she had options like that. But that's what I'm saying. And like, you got to understand is like, there ain't no such thing as meeting a girl and she don't have options. There are outliers for everything. So don't bring up, oh, I knew this girl on R9K who never left the house in 3 years. That's an outlier. That's what we call a fucking outlier. I don't know why people feel like outliers is they making some grand point with that. I'm generally speaking, there ain't no such thing as, if she go outside, there ain't no such thing. I'm talking about like, you know, damn near ugly mid girls, let alone girls that look decent, that are pretty, that are cute. Lord, you tripping for real. Like, it's no such thing. You meet a girl, she talking to niggas. The older I get, the more I realize as a man, you just got to learn to not give a fuck. Getting emotional or investing emotions into people always fucks you up. You can give a fuck about the right shit. I mean, sometimes you just give a fuck, you know? But I guess, yeah, you talking about specific people. I don't have a lot of people that I'm close to. I don't have a lot of people that I have faith in. No, I mean, dude, I say you're more right than wrong. You're more right than wrong for sure. Because one thing I realize about life is just how people never fail to surprise me with like the messed up things they're willing to do. Even when I didn't think they would do it. I remember like when my friend told me that he cheated on his girlfriend, that really surprised me. I'm not gonna say like it messed me up, but it was like, damn, you do that? Like, I never thought he would do something like that. And when he told me, I was just so surprised, bro. I was like, what happened to you? I was like, what? Yeah, you cheated on your girl, bro? Like, I just would never expected some shit. You know, dude, this is funny story, right? I was at work and my supervisor was telling me this story about when he was like 20 and he was seeing this older woman who was like married. And he said that they were together in a Hardee's or a restaurant somewhere, and the husband walked in. She thought the husband was going to go away on a trip or something, but he came in and caught him. But he wasn't mad. You know, he just told my supervisor, you know, don't hurt her, don't, you know, treat her good. And he was like, what? And then he found out that they were basically in like a pseudo open relationship, you know, on some Will Smith, Jada Pinkett type shit. So he knew that she was messing around, and she knew that he was messing around. So crisis averted. But I remember like this older woman that I worked with, she came in and, you know, kind of eased her way into the conversation. And she said, I had a couple open relationships with my husbands. And I was like, what? You know, I'm at work, so I'm just making small talk with them and shit like that. I said, I thought you were a good girl. And I remember my supervisor, he looked at me and he said, there you go thinking again. Right. And when he said that, it reminded me of what my friend told me one time when he was telling me about how he was about to hit this girl who was like married. And I remember when he told me, I was like, ain't she married? And he was like, he gave me that same look my supervisor gave me, like, you got a lot to learn. But the point is just that what I've come to realize about life, and this is why I said what I said earlier about people, bro. Most people are bad, indifferent, or cowardly. All this plays into what I said earlier, bro. Like the more it's like time after time, people disappoint me, or I learn that people are doing things that I wouldn't expect of them, you know. And it's not that I'm perfect or anything like that, but you know, with me, kind of like what you see is what you get. Like I ain't surprising nobody with much. Right? It's like y'all know I jack off and I'm a virgin. I tortured small animals as a kid. I was in the mental hospital. I like trannies. I'm got a small dick. It's like you know, so but it's like the extra shit. Like I don't think I would cheat on my girl. I don't think I would sabotage my children the way that I see people sabotage their kids. I don't know sometimes, but I don't know, man. It's just like he said, like you get emotionally invested thinking somebody gonna do something or be one way or another, and it's like just end up surprised, man. You end up like even look at I told you guys about my niece, you know, getting pregnant in one of those videos. You know, the curse of the generational curse of the black single mother, some shit like that. I forgot what I called that shit. And I don't know, like with my niece, in some ways, I wasn't completely surprised, but my niece acted as a window to that world. You know what I'm saying? Like she acted as a window to like young girls. You know, through my niece, I was able to see not only what she was doing, but what other girls her age were doing. Cause she talk about what goes on in her circles. And I'm like, damn, like shit is real out here. Like I'm hearing stories about 13-year-old girls getting their first abortions and shit like that, you know? And it's like, this stuff is happening in real life around us, whether we know it or not. And it's like, okay, fast forward, you meet a girl, 22 years old, you like her, you talking to her. You don't know at 13 she got an abortion. 13 years old getting her first abortion. Like these are the girls that we crush on. These are the girls that we get that feel with no girlfriend over. The girls that we like, bro, I'm telling you, it's so much shit that goes on. It's like no matter how much I learn, I guess I give people the benefit of the doubt too much in real life. So when I learn these things about them, I get surprised and shocked sometimes when I really shouldn't. In the way I think Tyrone is better at accepting it, you know? Like, I know it. I ain't gonna say accepting it, but I guess like just applying it to people in general the way that I don't. I know about it, but I'm kind of like, you know, until I know you do some fucked up shit, I tend to give you the benefit of the doubt when I probably shouldn't. Do you still like Mitsu Demo? It's sad to see how dead the fan base is. That's my favorite girls, cute girls doing cute things anime. I did a review of that, right? Damn. Oh, Mitsu Domo. I'm glad you brought that up. I might watch that shit again. Or at least something like it. I haven't watched the cute girls do cute things in a long time. That was good. And I think there was like a short second season that I never caught. Oh man. I gotta go back and watch that shit again, bro. Mitsu Domo. I need a break from the harshness of reality, bro. I gotta go back and watch that shit. Do you know about any other like cute girls doing cute things anime? I've only seen like 3 of them, to be fair. The Strawberry Ichigo one, Mitsudomo, maybe another one. Oh, is it like what is it? K-On? Is that the one I reviewed? The one with the girls in the band? Is that K-On? That's in that category, right? Cute girls doing cute things. Moe, as they say. I need another one. I haven't watched one of those in a while. Why he cheat? Well, I don't know. I know, but I don't know. It's like they're in a toxic relationship. So I think it's infidelity on both sides. But it's one of those things where it's like, for instance, if I'm in a toxic relationship, my reaction is to like, again, you never know till you're in that situation. So I want to say, I would do this, but I would think if I'm in a toxic relationship and I feel like my girl cheated on me, I'm gonna break up with her. To me, it's based on what I know about him in the relationship. It seems like it was a situation where you have 2 people who are in a toxic relationship and they're codependent on each other in a sense. But it's like, it's a love-hate relationship where anything you do to me, I'm gonna do to you. So if you call me bad names, I'm gonna call you bad names. If you break my stuff, I'm gonna break your stuff. If you hit me, I'm gonna hit you. If you cheat on me, I'm gonna cheat, but I'm not gonna leave you. And that's kind of like my interpretation of it, was that as she escalated, he escalated with her, but I don't see that as the justification, because I feel like in the process, you kind of selling your soul. You know, you're losing your soul in the process of trying to get even instead of just getting away from the person. And that's why it surprised me. I felt like it went against his character of what I knew him as a person. But given the context, that's how I kind of looked at it. I'm stuck in this toxic relationship that I'm not, stuck, not literally, but you know how people are. Like, they can leave, but they can't because they don't want to. It's a love-hate thing. It's like a drug addict. I love smoking crack, but I hate smoking crack. I love getting high, but I hate how it ruins my life. I think it's like that. So when you stuck in that bubble, it's like, what can I do? But what can I do but retaliate? As she does to me, I gotta do to her. Cause I can't go anywhere. So I'm gonna just fight back. So if she cheat, I'm gonna cheat. That's kind of how I looked at it. I don't know who did what first, but that's just how I looked at things. But it disappointed me because I just thought better of him. That's it. I thought better of him. I ain't gonna lie, bro. Like, it's sometimes like I think about certain things. I think about like, what if I paid for sex? And But then I think about what would I think about myself if I did that? What would my mom think if I ever got into a relationship? What would she think? And I ain't gonna. I think about my fans too. I think about what you guys would think if because I feel like in a certain way, I've had people tell me like they like my sort of resilience, in the face of, so many people just doing fucked up shit, simping over bitches and basically selling their soul for pussy, buying pussy, and like if I fail, if I did it too, like what would you guys think? If I was out here buying pussy and tricking on hoes, like I feel like y'all, not only would I be disappointed in myself, I feel like y'all would be disappointed in me. And I guess again, it's that's why I tend to look at things like that, because it's like, I guess it's not fair for me to expect him to be a certain way. But that's what I thought. I thought you were this, and I guess I was wrong. That's really what it is. And it's funny. It's some people where I know that you like that. I got one friend. He nuts. This guy is fucking crazy. So whenever he tell me the crazy shit he do, I'd like, yep. How would you guys feel if I bought pussy? Would you be disappointed in me if I bought like if I made a video, I bought like some pussy. I went to an escort. I lost my virginity at an escort. How would you guys feel about it? Would you be disappointed, excited? What would you do? People think that nerdy girls are chaste and easy picking, so they all go for them instead of the hot girl. Yeah. And I think even with myself, because I told you guys, I asked her when we were talking, I asked her if she wanted to hang out and watch anime. That's a great pitch. And I think part of me having the confidence to ask her that was just that, she was kind of homely and shit. Like, would I have said that if she was more attractive? I don't know. I don't know. I'm not even sure. But I think it was more so the vibe too. Like it was a real good vibe between me and her. And I think that's what did it. But for sure, I think that guys feel more confident with less attractive girls because you assume that, hey, dude, you know what's funny, dog? Because she said the same thing that you just said. I remember, bro, because she was, I'm telling you, bro, like this girl was real. She was cool as fuck, but she was so self-aware too of what she was. She said exactly what you just, she told me that guys make the mistake of thinking like I'm this virgin girl, right? She said guys do like they have this idea of who I am and they realize I'm not that. She said guys always think I'm like the nerdy virgin girl next door that don't fuck, and she like I'm not that. But you right, you 100% right, because she said she told me that when we were talking about like dating and stuff. That was exactly what she told me. She said guys they made that mistake. Oh, she must be a virgin, she innocent because she nerdy and wear glasses and plain looking. And the science says that women only have 4 partners on average. I mean, however many they partners with, they talking to niggas. I promise you that. They talking to niggas. Immortal Decode, what's up, man? The less you know, the better. Some of us aren't built for the truth because it's far more brutal than the lie. Yeah. I mean, I can handle it, but I just think, like, I just get surprised, bro. That's the thing about me. I get surprised, man. That's what it should just catch me off guard sometimes. But it depends, though. I just think when people present themselves a certain way and you find out things about them that go against that, I think anybody would be surprised. Well, most people. But yeah, I mean, I just think that's my own flaw, though. Admittedly, that's my own flaw. It's just that you know, sometimes I say, oh, I guess, oh, you're that. I see you. This, and it's like, nah. It's like, nah. You gotta. You. It. Sometimes it just takes time to really know who somebody really is. You know, the right circumstance. You put somebody in a different set of circumstances, and they start acting different. They do something. But like I said, some people you just know, like, yeah, he crazy, he insane. Girls don't want Tyrone, they want Urkel. What are you talking about, Bobby? Who the hell want Urkel? There's so much line that holds society like glue when it comes to cheating and loyal people. The French governor hides data about this and has outlawed paternity tests. Oh yeah, I know about that. Let's have a fun moment right here. I love dabbing on the French with this one. This one never gets old. Oh boy. We can talk about this every stream. In France, paternity law is governed by specific regulations that ensure the legal recognition and rights of fathers. Here are the key points of French law. Hold up. But wait a minute. French, but no, don't. All right, paternity tests. Yeah, get that bullshit out of my face. In France, paternity tests are generally illegal unless conducted under a judicial order. Here are the key points regarding paternity testing in France. Legal framework. Paternity tests are only permitted in judicial proceedings as outlined in the French Civil Code. Consequences of unauthorized testing. Conducting paternity tests without a court order is considered illegal and can lead to severe penalties, including 1 year in prison and a fine of 1,500. That's euros, right? While voluntary paternity tests are not regulated under law, they do not have legal validity in court and are not recommended for us. Bruh. See, this is like clown world, like classic clown world, bruh. Like, this is old shit. I'm getting nostalgic reading this. Like, this is like classic clown world shit. Like, this is when you just know humanity has no hope. When I say most people are bad and different, or this is what I'm talking about, bro. This is how you know humanity has no hope. This is just how you know, bro. It's so ridiculous. It's not even like, it's no logic to it. There's no goodness in this, bro. Like, this is just pinpoint what Hellbreaker said. It's so much. The lying is the glue that holds everything together. In France, they said it's more important to keep the lie in order to keep the family together than for men to know the truth. That's what they said, basically. Like, it's a blatant admittance of really the world that we live in and the importance of lies and subterfuge and people just not knowing, you know? It's worse. All the red pill shit in the world just it's not enough. It's not enough. Like, reality is worse every time. Reality, that's what I've learned. Reality is worse than all the red pill shit combined. Combine Andrew Tate, Kevin Samuels, Fresh and Fit, Coach Greg. Just combine them, like, get a bunch of Patar earrings and just keep fusing them. And they couldn't even match reality and how fucking silly it is. Why would a girl want a confident, attractive? Bobby, are you on opposite day right now? Watch Hade Nochi Gu. Is that one you recommended me before? I like recommend me one time. What recommend me this one time? I'm on. My nigga, you fap off the futa hentai. That's worse than paying for pussy. I don't think so. That's just what I'm into. Paying for pussy has a whole different, has a whole, like, look, people like what they like. So it's like, that's whatever. But paying for pussy has a whole different, like, dynamic to it. You know, you paying for pussy, you're risking your freedom. You're risking your safety. You're spending money on something, on really a biological urge that you could satisfy cheaply with pornography. You're engaging in sexual activity with someone that really, quite frankly, you don't respect and who doesn't respect you. There's a whole different, like, I'll proudly stand on masturbating to tranny porn over paying for sex. You know, people like what they like. They got their fetish, they got their kinks, whatever. Enjoy it. But paying for sex is a whole different level to me. But I guess it's different for every individual. I mean, I'm not, again, you can pay for sex. I don't care. Like, you know, some guys, you got to get down like that. But I think the weight of it is way different than just having a fetish or something like that. You know, being a furry or a traveler or whatever. If you put on nerdy, Bobby, what are you doing? I feel like Bobby is on, he's just turned on opposite day mode. There you go thinking again. That supervisor guy is base. He's an asshole. He's a fucking asshole. But in that moment, yeah, that was, I ain't gonna lie, like every now and then, like he'll just have these moments, bro. Like I don't like him, but I don't dislike him, if that makes sense. I don't like him because he's an asshole and he's a big ass petty kid sometimes, but he's I don't dislike him either. Like we kind of got a understanding. He's an asshole, but he respects my work ethic, basically. So it's like he don't have a reason to be an asshole towards me. So we get along, but he is an asshole. But that moment, that was some real shit. I ain't even gonna lie. Like, cause he's a country older white man. Like I can't connect with him. Like we like oil and water, bro. Like he's so different. But he got an eye for certain things. I remember I told this story one time. You know, at my job, we never get like attractive girls working there, right? Ever. One day this black girl came in there to bring in a job application, and she was pretty attractive. And you know, he took her application, she left and whatnot. And I remember he looked at me and he said, I better not hire her because E-Man gonna be too distracted. And I remember I was like, wait, like, cause he never talked to me about girls, like never. But the one time an attractive girl came in there, like he knew, it was just so weird because he knew like she was my type somehow. Like he knew, I didn't look at her or nothing. I saw her out the corner of my eye, but it's like he knew. And what did I say to him when he said that? He said, what did I say? I think I said something like, I forgot what I said to him, but it was like, he just know every time, bro. And it's like, whenever a girl comes in there that's my type, he'll make like a similar joke. And he get it every time. I don't know how, cause he a country old white man, but he know it every time. A girl come in there, and if she my type, he'll say so. And that's how that conversation started about him. That's how that conversation started about him with that older woman when he was younger, because this black lady came in there, and I think she was a little bit older, and you know, he was kind of nudging me towards her, like, hey, you see that? Like, huh? And he was like, it ain't nothing wrong with having a sugar mama. And that's how that conversation got started. But yeah, he an asshole, but he got a good eye for like women and picking up on those type of vibes and shit like that. You have to rewatch it. I've been rewatching it recently and I've been having a blast. I don't know much about the other CGDC animes other than Azu, Manga, Dao, and Lucky Star if I watch another one. I remember I tried to watch Lucky Star. I could not get into that shit. I couldn't get into that shit one bit. I could not get in. I think I got to like 5 or some episodes or something like that. Yeah, I got to go back. Like that show is like, it's the kind of show, like I guess media in general can be looked at as like escapism, but it's Mitsudomo is just, it's the type of anime that it'll cheer you up. It'll just make you feel good. Like it's a funny, nonsensical anime, but I remember every time I watched it, it just made me feel like really good. Like it just fills with like positive vibes, bro. Like it's so cute, and they got like some moments in there they're just like, they're like really adorable. I can't remember a lot of them, but well, I forgot what was. Damn, I'm trying to remember. It's been so long. Damn. It's been so long. I'm trying to remember like one of those parts. I think there was like one episode where like the oldest sister is like really mean or something like that. But then like when one of the younger sisters got sick, like she was like really concerned. I forgot exactly how it went, but it's some adorable shit in there, man. Like I love that shit. I'll definitely go back and watch that. If I ever need to get cheered up, that's it, man. That's the one to go to for sure. That's the one. My only fear is that if you pay for pussy, you will see the thrill and stop streaming for good, but I don't care about it from a moral perspective. I wouldn't stop streaming over that. I think my concern is over like really women in general. I think I still got that Super Saiyan up. Oh, excuse me. I think I worry. My fear is losing my good sense over a girl. You know, like you know how guys get pussy whipped. Like guys lose all sense of what they stood for when they get into a relationship. Like they basically let girls start running their life. That's why I saw with my friend. You know, my friend, whenever like when he's single, you know, like I don't care about it from the perspective of, you know, when he's in a relationship, I don't get to hang out with my friend like I used to. That's whatever. But it's that more so when he's single, he's ambitious in terms of like what he wants to do, like his creative pursuits. Cause we both started off like being like rappers but with him it's like, it's deeper than that, you know, like he want to do tattoos and art and all that. But when he gets into relationships, it distracts him from that. Like I remember when he told me straight up when he got in his first relationship, like he didn't even feel comfortable making music around his girlfriend. So he stopped completely. But whenever he's single, like he gets back, like all of a sudden he want to rap again. He want to do art and all that. And it's like when he's in a relationship, it just completely distracts him from that. And my fear is that, you know, getting with a girl, something like that could happen to me where I get distracted from, you know, my purpose, doing the things that give me fulfillment, doing the things that really make me different and special and creative. You know, not just working to please this. And even beyond that, bro, like, you know, I look at what I'm able to do for my family when they need my help. You know, the things like my mom bought a dresser and she needed me to put it together. I'm in the living room putting the dresser together and shit. You know, what if I'm not around and instead I'm up under some girl I gotta appease her. Now I ain't got time to do for my mom or my family and shit like that. And that's what I think about. Like I fear getting into a relationship and losing sight of the dreams that I've always had. You know, the things that I do now, not going to the gym, not making music. Shit, that's my concern. Even worse though, like, you know, I see people, it's like people do the worst shit in relationships. Like my mom is a great person, but the worst thing she's ever done has always been within relationships. My friend is a great person, but the worst things he's ever done have been within relationships. My niece, so much potential, but the worst thing, it's like, I don't know, bro. It's like, that's one of the reasons why I'm not in no rush to have sex or anything like that, bro, because I feel like there's something about it that fucks people up, bro. Something like, you know how if a good person starts smoking crack, they start doing bad shit. You know, crack make you steal TVs and that stuff. Like, you know, crack make you suck dick for money, and so like it's. But before crack, you won't doing that, and that's how people in relationships look to me sometimes. The worst things that I've seen most of the people in my life do were because of a relationship, within a relationship. Other than that, they were pretty normal. That's my biggest fear is as far as like having sex, is losing my good sense. People with good heads on their shoulders seem to lose their shit in relationships. Bought pussy like a fleshlight. Oh yeah. No, I mean like real sex, like a person, you know, fucking a person. If it was just of you hooking up and not being a simp, a pay pig, or OnlyFans sad loser, it would be okay. It was just hooking up. Okay, so that's your. I mean, really, you know, I'm gonna do what I want to do at the end of the day. I'm just trying to, you know, get your guys' perspective on that. Cause I mean, it's just what you know the reality. Like you guys fuck with me, you like what I do, but I think that, you know, it's one of those things. Is like when you're the guy. People kind of develop expectations of you in certain ways, you know, whether it's athletes, artists, politicians, and then when you go against it, it's like, why did he do that? You know, you know, he shouldn't have done that. You know, like Michael Jordan when he said Republicans buy shoes too, it disappointed black people. Yeah, that is that. Right? Oh, now black people mad at Jordan because he didn't want to endorse a Democratic candidate. You know, that's one of those things. You know, it's just one of those things you got to deal with when. And luckily, I of course I'm not on that level. I'm just saying it is what it is. Yeah, because it's like you guys remember with Andrew Wilson. You know, when people find out that his wife was a single mother and all this, it's disappointing to some of his fan base, you know, when they learn these things. It's like, oh man, you preaching all this track religious shit. But you know, if you became an escort and said I wouldn't mind her, I'm not judgmental type. So yeah, well, you know, I don't. Again, I'm not trying to shame nobody that do that. I'm telling you why I wouldn't do it though. I made a whole video talking about it. Like it's a personal thing with me. I don't like the energy of it. You know, it's like if you know, it's like I like people that like me. That's the thing. Like I like people that like me. And when people don't like me, I don't like you. And I feel like when it comes to hookers and johns, it's like this unspoken dislike between each other. And probably more often on the side of the women. Like women don't respect john. They don't. That's why they making you pay for the pussy. Because they don't like you. They don't respect you. But they'll take your money, and I hate that. I hate that underlying energy of it all. It just is so ugly to me. That's why I don't fuck with it. You know, when like I've read like posts from like sex workers and shit, like when they talk about what they do, and it's like like they talk about like trying to keep the intimacy to a minimum, like no kissing, no girlfriend experience. It's like they what they try to do is they want to fuck you for money, but to keep you as far away from them as possible, if that makes sense. Like you gotta be able to touch in but the less that they have to like be intimate with you, the better. That's because they don't like you, and that's again, it's just I'm not interested in that. If you don't like I'm disgusted by the thought of being in even sharing space with somebody that don't like me. So I can't do it. But some guys, I think if you more cold, you can do it. Like, man, fuck this hoe. She gonna slob on this and like turn your stupid ass over. If you a cold brother, like hell yeah, you can do it. I'm not cold enough for that shit, bro. I ain't cold enough. I think most of us have been low key waiting for a pussy bond experience video from Chad. I understand it. I get you. Especially now that I got a job, I can afford it too. I can afford it. You know, sometimes, you know, I've looked at, you know, those like Backpage back in the day, List Crawler today. You know, I'm a gooner. So when I'm jacking off, I just be looking at everything. So sometimes I go like the List Crawler. You know, it's like maybe it's my area, but when I look at prostitutes, I don't see like the appeal, bro. Like they just look dirty to me. Even when they look good, it's like they look dirty. It's a filthy energy. Nah, bro. Like you know what? It really is, dog. Like cause as they say, your body is your temple. And especially so as a woman because you're being penetrated by these men. You're letting these men into you. So you're literally like body temple. And you let anybody into you as long as they got enough money. It don't matter what, like his character. He could be a serial killer, a rapist, a pedophile, a gangbanger, a drug dealer. If they got enough money, he can come right on in. Like that's nah, bro. Like I can't fuck with that. That's energy is fucked up, bro. That's fucked up. I can't do that. I can't do that's a fucked up energy, bro. I can't do it. Like for your mind to get there to where you allow anybody into your body as long as they got the money. I can't. Like if there was a way to be an escort and have standards about that. But you ain't got time for background checks on niggas. Like, okay, all right, to fuck, you got to show me, you got to give a background check. Do you have a jail history? Shit is wild, man. Escorting is weird. It's like, I know you don't like me, so let's be intimate. And I'll give you cash. I know you don't like me. How much? How much, man? Yeah. But, you know, there's always the argument, too, that, you know, all men pay anyway. You know, Coach Greg Adams, he's one of those guys that preach that a lot, that all men pay in one way or another. But I always feel like the difference is that at least in a normal relationship, you have the chance to find somebody that, you know, will at least pretend to like you. Right, you can at least have like more of a believable illusion of that, and the actual possibility of that even. But when you're paying for it, it's almost guaranteed that that's the only thing. That's the only reason why she's with you. But I mean, it's funny though because there's a lot of truth to that. Even in normal relationships, a lot of even normal girls in normal relationships look at guys like, you know, a wallet. I'm with him for the money. I'm with him because he got a nice car and shit like that. You know, so that energy can be present even in a normal relationship. So it's something to think about. You know, it's not just with girls that's selling pussy. A lot of nerdy girls really on different type of time. If they aren't getting cracked, they for sure are into some crazy stuff. I knew plenty of innocent girls who were degenerates behind the scenes. I think you gotta be careful with them, bro. I've heard those stories too. I remember I met this girl at Traded, and she was like this white girl, and you know, kind of like regular looking. And we were talking about like anime. Like she saw me looking at the comic books, and we started talking about like I always vibe with anime girls, bro. Girls like anime, I always vibe with them. We were talking about anime and shit. You know, she was telling me to watch Naruto Shippuden, as you guys always do as well. But I remember as I was talking to her, I was like, yo, this is the type of girl that would kind of mess guys up because she's so friendly. You would think, I might have a chance. And maybe you do, but I think with girls like that, like, they're almost too friendly to where they probably deal with a lot of guys. Like she probably been with a lot of dudes. I don't know, but my assumption was that she probably get around a bit because she's just so friendly. And again, it's that nerdy girl thing, man, where it's like you might think they're one way, but they actually be freaks on the low. I spoke to a tarot card reader. She looks like a regular woman on the surface. Then she started talking about how many dudes she slept with. And I said, damn, that's what I get for making assumptions. See, there you go assuming again. There you go thinking again. That was a hard line, bro. I ain't even gonna lie. That was a hard line, man. Yo, y'all talking too much. I didn't know I was this behind. Shit. I'm about to skip some of y'all niggas, bro. I don't fell behind again. But we up tonight, bro. We chopping it up tonight. 5-hour stream shit, bro. I'll post a jack off tonight after making some music. I might still have time. Damn. Oh, man. Bobby, what are you talking about? You said girls feel more control in a relationship if they date an Urkel instead of a top. Now, there might be some truth to that, but I feel like that comes later. I think girls have to go through that bad boy phase for sure, bro. Like, I don't know many girls that didn't experiment with Tyrones, especially when they're young. They might switch over to an Urkel when they older and when they done with that. But to me, it seems like fucking with the asshole and the bad boy is like a rite of passage for women. Like they got to go through that. You know, I think it's especially true in the black community, but I only know about, where I'm at. Maybe some of you guys are other races and you see the same thing or see something different. But I see it as especially so. I always remember, man, like I had that conversation with my niece and I was explaining to her why you should never date or deal with thug niggas and gangsters and all that shit. And I remember she looked at me like I was crazy. She looked at me like I told her not to breathe air. And when I saw that look, I was like, she cooked, gone. And voila. Voila. Like the prophecy was fulfilled. My niece's baby daddy went to prison not even 4 months after the kid was born. Not even, I think it was like 3 or 4 months or some shit, and he was in prison. And he's in prison now. I don't think it's a long sentence, but still, like, it's when I say, like, I told her to go right and she went left. Like, maybe it was opposite day or something, and she misses. That shit I was like, damn, like she went against exactly what I told her. But like I said, it's just like, it's a rite of passage for black women, bruh. Like it's almost like they gotta go through it, man. I don't know what it is. But the Urkel thing, if it happens, it comes later. I think it comes, that's later when they're done, when they had their fun. Did the dog just bark? you're overthinking what paying for sex is like. I think safety and STDs only concern respect doesn't matter. Respect doesn't matter in the underworld, but that's not me though. I'm not in the underworld. Like, but that's why I said if you cold, you can do that. Like, I'm just being honest about who I am. Like, I'm not an underworld motherfucker. Like, that's like, I see what you're saying, but that's not who I am. Like, if you like that, if you're a part of that, if you of the underworld, then it's nothing. It's, again, shut up, bitch, turn over, flip over, you know. It's like when I put out that video, should guys be open to girlfriend poaching, taking other guys' bitches and shit like that? And like, that's not full, like, that's part of that underworld. That's that underworld shit, you know, where you do morally gray shit to get pussy. I'm not, it's not that, bro. Like, this is what I'm saying. Like, is it that serious? That's the main point I'm trying to make here, dog. Like, is pussy that important? Is sex that serious to pay for it? To you know, is it that? I don't see it. It ain't, to me, it ain't that serious, bro. I think that's the key. Like it ain't, like, what are we talking about? What's the true value of what we doing here? When you do, like, now again, I'm not saying it like I'm against having your vices, but what's the cost? Safety risk, STD risk, no respect, morals out the window for what? Right, for what? What did you gain? Was it, you know? I'm looking at things differently. If I'm gonna risk something, I want to be something of value, you know, something tangible, something meaningful. Risking that much for trash, for vice, for low hanging fruit, I don't know, man. I don't see it. I don't see the appeal. Bobby, Bobby does that sometimes. I don't. Bobby be saying some weird shit sometimes. But I ain't even gonna pay attention to him. I ain't even thinking. Hellbreaker. See you later. I remember that part. Oh, so you know what I was talking about? Okay. You know what I was, okay. I gotta go back. I gotta go back and see that, man. Most guys become instant slaves when a girl come by. Yeah, and you know, man, I'm humble. I'm a humble man. I'm humble, so I don't try to like be like, oh, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't. I hope. I hope. Like, I remember I told my friend one time, I said, dude, if you ever see me acting like this, slap the fuck out of me. I told her, bro, you ever see me acting like that, slap the shit out of me, man, because I deserve it. He was like, we'll do it. You know, but because it's like what Mike Tyson said. Everybody got a plan till they get hit in the face. You know, and I feel like everybody red pill till they get a girlfriend. Everybody red pill till some pussy come along. So, like, I've been tested here and there. I feel like I've passed some tests. Like, but I haven't been battle tested in the most important way. You know, I feel like when I didn't go for the girl that was talking to my friend, boom. Every time that, you know, I felt like I could have got a girl, but she had a nigga and I didn't go for it, good. If I had those times I had to fuck fat bitches, okay, boom, got it. Didn't do that. Crazy girl, didn't do that. Like, so obviously I have a standard. Like, I'm not desperate. I'm battle tested somewhat, but the biggest test is when you got ass. Right? When you got fat ass available, right? Like, the girl you like, the girl you want, the girl, like, how I'ma act, and that's the real test. That's the thing I always worry that concerns me. To be fair, I will say, because I feel like I would do the right thing overall. I don't think it'll be a perfect transition, but I think I have confidence that I would do well at this point. At 33, like I'm getting sturdy. I'm becoming a sturdy man. It might not seem like it, but like my discipline has gotten so much better, bro. Like I'm so much more disciplined, like with how I carry myself, how I live my life, and just being more responsible and shit like that. Like I'm really, dude, I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I'm feeling good. I think I'm pretty sharp right now, but still, like I've seen the best of them. I've seen the best of them fall. So yeah, man, it's something. It's just something to think about. That's why I'm not in any rush. I ain't in no rush for that shit, man. Yesterday, a guy I know was locked inside his house by his girlfriend because she didn't want him hanging with me, and he just sent me a text laughing. And niggas, they accept this shit. Like that's the like it's like people accept the unacceptable. I've never been locked outside of my house and was like, I remember one of the things that disappointed me the most about my friend, amongst disappointments regarding his relationship. I remember 'cause his girl, she tries her best to push his buttons, and she would say the worst. He told me that she said some shit like, okay, like his dad passed away when he was a teenager, when he was pretty young. He loved his dad. You know, so that's a button for him. He loved his dad. His dad died. And she said some shit like did your dad molest you or something like that? Like some crazy shit. He told me this, and I'm like, bro, like you just let this girl call your dead father an incestuous pedophile, and you you sleep with her, you coexist with her, bro. Like again, people do the most crazy shit in relationships. Anybody else said that, he probably would have tore their fucking face off. She called his dad an incestuous gay pedophile, it pretty much, and that's who again, man. I guess that's what we do now. Well, not we, but I guess that's what relationships are. So again, I don't the shit people accept in relationships, I don't understand it. I don't get it. I remember, my mom and her relationship, and, I saw her arguing with my step nigga. I remember, I was in 3rd grade, and I tried to stand up for my mom, and, he got up, coming at me, and she stopped him, and I remember right then and there, bro, that was the first time I felt that. That was the first time where I saw are you fucking crazy? I'm your child, and you with this guy that just got up to do whatever to what he was gonna do to me. This is who you with? Cause I stood up for you. Again, man, and I love my mom to death. I swear, I love, it's my mom friender, there's it ain't many people I love like that, dog. I love my mom to death, but again, man, what that meant for me to see some shit like that is it's crazy, and people do that. The way people endanger and sabotage their own children. And again, y'all was acting funny when I said this shit earlier, bro. When I sat here and said, what are most people, bad, indifferent, or cowardly? But this dude, is my mom that I love more than anybody. What I've forgiven her, but we don't appreciate how or really understand how bad that shit is when people like the way people sabotage their own children and endanger their own children, and this is like normalized. So when I say it, y'all don't get it. I think that's why y'all don't get that shit, because like you don't connect them dots. Like you forget it and but that's why I'm not lying when I say that shit. I love my mom. She's great. But she endangered her children. She sabotaged her children over her relationship. And I can find this in damn near every corner of my family. This same sabotaging, this same endangerment. That's nothing to laugh about. That's not funny. But this is normal where I'm from. So when I say most people are bad, I'm not wrong when I say that, bro. That was fucked up what my mom did. That's fucked up what my friend is doing. That's fucked up what they do. That's beyond fucked up. It's despicable. It's disgusting what people do. But we so used to it. That's disgusting, bro. I stood up for you. I'm your son. And you're with this guy that probably would have knocked my teeth out if you weren't there. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's why I know what the fuck I'm talking about when I say that shit. The person I love the most in this world did that to me. So I know, like, people are bad, indifferent, and cowardly, you know? And I think, like, me finding happiness in the world, I'm not Ziz. I'm not one of these niggas that's gonna sit here and say, like, we all gonna make it, bro, and all that. I'm not that nigga. I'm not him. I never said that. You never heard me say that. You know what I realized and why I'm so happy? Because I saw that for myself, that I saw a path where I could be happy amongst the chaos of the world. It wasn't the world is so great and people are so good. I said, there's my lane right there. If I work hard, I can do that. I did that. I'm happy. And I hope you guys can do that too. But that's my perspective of the world. The world is wicked. It's chaos. You've got to find your angle. You got to find your lane. You got to fight. You got to carve out your own happiness in this world. I'm not that nigga. People suck. People are bad. So you got to cut them out. You got to find a few good people that you can vibe with, you can roll with, and then you got to cut out the bullshit. You got to just know how to navigate the world, bro. It's too much evil out here. Damn. Okay. Let's talk about Mitsudomo here. Chad Marco is the captain of his own ship. Yeah, look, captain of the captain of the SS locker room. Sasuke. Good night. I am gonna go back and watch some Mitsudomo here, though. After that rant, I need some positivity. Marco is a secret Charlie Sheen. Hold up, Lord. Interview me on the time I hired an escort who wouldn't let me smash. Morbid, do you are you on the Discord? What are your stats? Are you a virgin or are you just an escort sale? Not gonna lie, I paid for a few hoes back in my day, but it ain't worth. Tyrone, why? Tyrone. You were just on my case, man. Telling some man, you got come on, man. And then you like, well, nah, it ain't worth it, dog. I paid for a few hoes back in my day, but it ain't worth it. It's not safe, and your ass can get scammed easily. And look, I know like the likelihood of getting like shot by the pimp or arrested is on the lower end. But to me, it's like it's cost benefit, like what you stand to gain versus what you risk. To me, it don't balance out. It don't balance out. If like the risk of getting arrested by itself and having to go to jail or some shit like that and a sting is just like it. And what did you get? I just feel like if you're gonna take a risk, it's got to be the risk reward got to be balanced better, you know. And I feel like with escorting is especially where it's illegal. You know, if it's legal, that's different. In a place where you don't have to worry about shit like that, that takes some of the edge off. It's more understandable, but you know, in this society, and then on top of it, like how they got the law structured to more so punish the Johns than the women selling it. I can't go for it, bro. I can't go about that. I was robbed of $400, but not my V card. Oh fuck. Your average woman has slept with probably as many men as a prostitute has. It's some super freaks out there. There's some super hoes for sure. It's some super hoes for damn sure. I see chats on his screen that aren't in the box for some reason. Oh, it's probably like some bullshit on YouTube, bro. This the first time this nigga ever said some real shit without acting like a complete goofy. I do that every now and then, but it's a rare. It's rare. You gotta find the right ones. Like go back to some of my like videos where I might talk about certain, like usually when I talk about like really personal shit, I'm pretty goofy then too. But I don't know, like sometimes I get in that mode. Like really, I ain't gonna lie, bro. Like that's something that I'm passionate about, bro. Like that's, if you want to talk about a button, like everybody got a button, a trigger. That's a trigger for me, bro. I ain't even gonna lie. I'm just saying straight. That's a trigger for me, bro. Like the way people sabotage I ain't even gonna lie, bro. Like, I hate that shit. It ain't much that get me like that. I ain't gonna lie, bro. I hate that shit. I ain't gonna lie. Like I hate that shit, and I hate people that do that, bro. Like I ain't gonna because I've been through it. You know, I think that's why. 'Cause I've been through that. I live, and I don't understand it. That's one thing I can't wrap my head around it. It's funny. Like it made more sense to me for someone to just be like completely bad. You know how some people are just like, I don't know, like I drown my babies in the bathwater. Like, okay, she's I mean, that's terrible, but it's like, okay, you just all the way crazy with that. But it's like when I see like normal everyday people and how they take that shit for granted, bro. Like the kids that they have and what they expose them to, like that's what that shit gets me. That shit really it gets me, bro. I really think I hate that shit. I hate that. Like seeing how children are sabotaged because of their parents and them not stepping up to the responsibility and protecting them the way that they should. I don't respect that. I really don't. I don't respect that one bit. I've been to second base twice, but I'm a virgin, and yeah, I'm in the Discord. Is your name Morbid Trinity? I'm sorry if I forgot your ass. I'm sorry, bro. I don't be in the Discord that much. I be forgetting, bro. But yeah, you a candidate. You a candidate for the Wizard Round Table. Welcome. I love to stay and talk more, but it's like, yeah, it's probably about time for me to get the fuck out of here too. Black Cell, so other guys know my lore by now. Yeah, I got it. So, okay, I'm gonna assume your name is Morbid Trinity in the Discord. I gotta get you guys, Black Cell. Yeah, I think this month I'm gonna go ahead and go for that. I've been playing around with this idea. The Wizards Roundtable. I've told you guys my stories 101 times, and I've kind of drained that well dry. So I'm thinking about like reaching out to other adult virgins and getting their perspectives, and I'm gonna call it like the Wizards Roundtable. We're gonna, and like you guys were talking about earlier, I should have like some Discord discussions where we can kind of go back and forth instead of me being here ranting and raving like a madman. you know, I think that'll be a good opportunity to get like different perspectives from guys of a similar ilk. You know. Saeed, good night, man. My mom sabotaged me for it, man. I'm in the same boat. You skipped a lot of comments, but I had to. It was too many, and I've been on for 5 hours already. I've been on for 5. I couldn't read everything, man. But yeah, I mean, dude, that's I lived through it, so you know, it's like, I get. And so it's like when I see people do it, it disappoints me so much, man. Like seeing my sister do it, my niece. I hate seeing that shit, bro. 'Cause it's just, you know, we're not talking about toys, bro. These are human beings. These babies coming to this world. These are human beings, bro. And it's just like, I don't know. It's to me, it's just a terrible thing to do. It's a terrible thing to sabotage your own children like that. I'm not surprised when people prioritize their man over their children, but again, I train my mind to see life for what it is. I'm just surprised when I see people that are perfect or too good. Oh yeah, that is more surprising. You know, like those LeBron James types, right? Pootie Pie, Pootie Pie got like the perfect life, right? Got rich off streaming. Actually kind of good looking himself. You know, he ain't no type of sale, right? Good looking dude. Got a good looking girl, moved to Japan, had a kid, and he's talented too. Anything he put his mind to, he can do it. He can stream, play video games, athletic. He can draw. Anything he wants. So like that's, to me, that's that oh man, you too perfect. But you know, I think that should be celebrated, man. Like to see something like that. And again, in such a crazy world, for somebody to carve out, again, like and that's what I like about Pootie Pie, because I feel like he understood, like he had to move, like he left his home country and went to Japan. Like he understood that he had to sort of carve out his own way to have the life that he has now. You know, he had to find his lane and his path, and he's going full speed ahead there. And sometimes you got to do that. You got to put yourself in the right places, in the right position to have a good life. It's crazy out here. It's crazy. Choosing a man over your own blood is crazy. I know but guys, you know, guys do it too, though. That's the thing about it. I know I'm using my mom as the example, but you know, men do it too in different ways. You know, I remember I was having this issue. I having this discussion. I was having this discussion with my friend, you know, because his toxic relationship, and you know, I remember he was telling me the story about how, long story short, like he had finally like kicked his girlfriend out, right? He was, I'm done with this shit. He kicked her out, whatever. And so she took the kids and went to her mama's house. And so she was trying to get back in with him. So she did this thing where she was like, now this is my speculation of what happened, right? She claimed that her mom kicked her out. I don't believe that. I think this was an orchestrated thing. But she was like, she got kicked out. It's the middle of winter, and I'm a freeze in the car with the kids. And that was her ploy to like get back in after he had enough, right? So she was like, I got kicked out. I'm freezing the car, so now you gotta take me back. Now that's so fucked up on multiple. And of course, maybe you would think, oh, well, just give me the kids and then you stay your ass out in the cold. But she wasn't going to allow it. It was like, you take me and the kids, or we're gonna freeze to death in the car or whatever, right? And I mean, it's disgusting on multiple levels. Like for her to use her kids as a pawn like that, knowing that he would have no choice but to take her back because of them. Right, I'm not gonna let my kids live in a fucking cold car because she got kicked out of her mama's house, which again I believe was bullshit. To use your own children like that, but then the accountability of my friend, because you see the craziness of the girls as you escalate the relationship, and you put babies in her, so there's accountability there too. So again, it's like the shit that people do, like this, but this is normal, but it's so bad. I think when I say people are bad, maybe it's you think I mean it's like they're killing people, like they rob banks, like they eat puppies or something. But no, that's real that whole circle right there. From my friend to the girl to her mom, bad. Horrible what they've done to each other and to their children. Horrible. That's what I mean, you know? And when you think about how often this happens, how can you say I'm wrong when I say that? When I say most people are in those categories. Pootie Pie was put on the sweetest hate list, so he kind of had him. Yeah, he was. Yeah, I remember he was doing some. He was doing some. I think Pootie Pie was basically having like an awakening, and he was in a place where he couldn't really express himself like that. At people being so sensitive and whatnot. So he was like, "Let me get out of here before shit gets hot." But again, luckily the good thing remember that he had the funds to do that, to get up and leave. But sometimes you got to do that. But I'm just saying, Pootie Pie to me is that example of like perfect life. Now maybe he got some I don't like saying that because we don't really know what he's going through, personal issues and shit like that. God forbid, I ain't no jinxing, but you never know what people are going through. He could have like a sick family member and it stresses him out. He could have some sort of ailment that he doesn't tell people about, thing. So I don't want to say, his life is perfect. We don't know. But, shit, on the surface, it seemed like he got it good, celebrate that, be happy for him. I don't want any ill to fall on him. Let somebody in this world win. Let somebody win, man. It's like when I'm watching a horror movie, I just want somebody to live. I don't like it when everybody die. I want somebody to make it, So I like seeing those kind of success stories, seeing like I Show Speed and how much he's grown as a content creator, all the things he's been doing. I love seeing shit like that. I don't want to see nobody fall off and get weird like Kasinet. I don't want to see that shit. Kasinet got weird, bro. Ever since he cut his hair, bro, he been weird. Like, damn, bro. Never stick your dick in a crazy. Absolutely. Facts. If you get a chick pregnant, you're gonna see another reality. Most these hoes would weaponize kids. Women use them kids as guilt trip or scapegoat just to get their way fucked up. I mean, you said that in the most Tyrone way possible, but you ain't lying, bro. Like that was a prime example of how women use children as pawns in relationships, and it's man, it's like people change when they get power over you, when they get leverage. That's just how it is. And when you have a child with a woman, she gets a certain amount of power and leverage over you. That's why you don't really know a woman until you get her pregnant, bro. Like you said, you're gonna see another reality because you've officially changed the power dynamic of the relationship. And it can manifest in different ways. That the story I told is pretty extreme, but it can be subtle. Like I remember that whole thing with DDG and his girl Haley something, and that was in the spotlight on social media for a while. And with them, it was kind of like the subtle shit. It wasn't crazy like freezing in a car. But it was stuff like, you know, she didn't want the baby being on stream or something, or being around certain people. But again, was she being genuine or was she in her feelings? But that's, you don't know. Is that's what makes it so hard to navigate those type of situations, because she's a parent too, so she has a right to say this or say that. You know, I don't want him eating that. I don't want him over here. I don't want him watching that. I don't want, you know, it's that. And so it's like, you got to respect her authority as a co-parent, but then she can use that to manipulate you. She can use that to just fuck with you. That's what's so hard about that, bro. It's difficult. That's why, again, man, no rush for me. So is Pootie Pie a coward? A coward, or was he? I think Pootie Pie was indifferent. Pootie Pie was indifferent. He fucked off. He said, fuck this. Pootie Pie was indifferent. You guys, you ever seen that movie Day of the Dead, when they're like, it's a combination of scientists and military personnel in a bunker, and the military personnel, they're watching over the scientists so they can figure out like a cure or a way to deal with the zombie outbreak. The world is like completely fucked at this point. But, you know, they're like in this isolated bunker. They've cut off from whatever group sent them out there, and they're just desperate, turning on each other and shit. But there's one part, there's a character, there's a black man. He's like this Jamaican, and fake ass Jamaican. I'll put it like that. I don't believe he was real Jamaican. You know how they get black people like at Jamaican nigga. Maybe he was. I don't mean to insult him, but he seemed pretty fake. But he was the helicopter pilot. And I remember one thing that the line that he said that stands out to me, I always remember. He said something like, "Man, we should just take this helicopter, find an island somewhere, and just get drunk." That's I related to him in that, because it's like in that bunker you see in a sense reality. And that was really what made the George Romero zombie movies special, was that it was always social commentary. It's an extreme situation, but it shows the reality of like human nature. And so in that bunker, you see everything from the bad to the cowardness to the indifferent. You have the bad military personnel that are trying to that are pushing their weight around over the scientists. And admittedly, they're kind of frustrated too. Like, I can looking at it, you know, it was kind of understandable in certain situations, but definitely, especially the head guy was an asshole. Again, bad. Then you had the cowardly, and the one dude that was just panicking all the time and scared. He messed up so bad one time that somebody ended up getting killed by his actions. Again, that's the coward. Then you have the indifferent. That's the Jamaican pilot. I mean, I could take this helicopter and just find the island and get drunk. Pootie Pie, no offense to him whatsoever. Again, but to me, that's indifferent. You see your country going in a certain direction that's not favorable to what you don't like, and then it's like, let me go. Let me leave. Fine. I'm not shaming him or nothing like that, but that's the indifference, you know. Things were getting bad here. Let me get on my helicopter and go to an island. Like, there's Pootie Pie is a Jamaican. He's a Jamaican, which is fine. I want to be the Jamaican too. Everybody should aspire to be the Jamaican at the very least. I'm your number one commenter, and you skip a lot of my comments. Don't take it personally, Bobby. You, like I said earlier, you get way more attention here than a lot of streamers would give. But admittedly, it's because I got a smaller channel, so you know we can do shit like this, like chop it up all night, you know. So at 3:30 in the morning, 5-hour stream. I heard mothers telling their kids not to poop until their dad pays their child support check. Bobby, see, that's why I don't read your goddamn comments. What the hell are you talking about? Oh, man. When people get into power, they feel the need to become more responsible and become better versions of themselves. What kind of power? If a woman's tears won't work, she's gonna come with starving kids at your doorstep, and if you tell her to fuck off, you become a villain. Worst case are the dudes that find out the baby isn't theirs, but the chick guilt trips you to take care of the baby that's not even your DNA. Women really got dudes sipping hard out here. But this is like, I know what you're saying because I've seen some of those videos where girls get caught in the act, like paternity tests, and sometimes it's skits and setups and shit like that. And I hate to say it, but one thing I've noticed about women, like you can catch women red-handed, and 90% of the time they will not admit they were wrong, bruh. Like, you ever seen those videos of girls getting caught cheating? You notice they never say sorry. You know whenever I see a video of a girl getting caught cheating, like, they never say sorry, bro. It's always some shit like, why are you recording this? Why are you acting like this? Like, oh my God, stop. They're like, you doing something wrong because you're mad and you're upset. And you should probably calm the fuck down. I'll be honest, but still. It ain't like, sorry, baby, da, 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 da. Maybe that come later, but when they get caught in the act, that's always been amazing to me. It's always been amazing to me. I think we're caught up. I think we had a great stream tonight. I went on some good rants. I can probably clip, like, I can make 3 videos out of this. I can make at least 3 videos out of this. I'm satisfied. Oh, God. I can rest now. I can masturbate now. I said rest. Let's tell the truth. Truth time. Masturbate now. Yes. But hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Hope you guys enjoyed the show. Had a lot of fun talking with you guys. Yeah, it was good times. Yeah, I know the second half we were just kind of in here cutting up as we tend to do, which is fine. But we learned a lot. We experienced a lot. We learned to love each other, to better ourselves. I don't know, man. We just have fun here. We have fun. But I'm gonna, again, like I said earlier, going into March, I think I'm gonna try to go ahead and get the Wizards Roundtable idea off the ground. I'm gonna go ahead and produce the pilot episode. I know I got a couple guys in the Discord that would be good candidates for that, but I think that's gonna be really fun. I've always wanted to kind of reach out to other guys that are in a similar situation as I am, adult male version, and just see how they deal with it. I know a lot of guys deal with it differently. Some guys are okay with it like me. Some guys are sad about it. Some guys have like stories where they got close, but not quite. Some guys, complete incels, never had a chance. Some guys do it out of religious beliefs. I think a lot of interesting stories could come out of that. So I hope you guys enjoyed that stream, and I will see you on the next. So, John.